Everyone, yes! Oh, happy. If only you knew. That one's new! That one's new! That's great! Here we go. What? As always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I am gonna say, I don't know if this is just because I don't have, like, skills or anything, but the weapons just feel like... This feels like PoE 2 to PoE 1, where, like, Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter World are, like, super fast-paced, like, super fast attacks, like, get out of the way, and this feels more deterministic. Aw, they fixed the stamina exploit! In Worlds, if you're moving while you're holding down guard, you actually get your stamina back. So you can infinitely guard as long as you're moving forward. I can fight a Rathian because I know Rathian like the back of my fucking hand. So the difference between a monster that I know how to fight and a monster that I don't know how to fight. What it'll do. Hey, Turf War! Here we go. Wait, I could do sneak attack. Sneak attack. Sneak, sneak, sneak. No, I couldn't do it. Damn it. I gotta get used to being able to use sneak attack. Looks angry. You know who's angry? I'm fucking angry. No, I'm actually having a fucking blast. You get it? Blast? Oh, you tried so hard. I'm sorry, Happy, but that was too funny. You fucking whiffed it. As always, thank you so much for watching, everyone. We had a blast today. We finally got, I guess this is the end of the beginning, or the beginning of the end, but either way. As always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Ooh. We're like one frame away from getting it off, but we can't frickin' get the goddamn ability off. Hell yeah, I know how to fucking kick him right in the balls. Right in the dick! Okay, now we know how to charge it. Alright. Oh man, we didn't get the mount, that sucks. What the fuck? It's got like a... This is like a fucking Elden Ring boss. This is insane. Ooh, the damage is real. Damn, I shouldn't have done that because I wasn't powered up. But he's dead either way. Fuck it. GG. At least I fought it with the switch axe in the beta, so I'm kind of used to fighting it with the switch axe. Take that as a W. Yo, bro, I'm winning. Welcome, welcome, Thallium boy. We just fucking rocked. Wait, did you just did you just do what I think you did, Thallium boy? Wait, did you jump onto Twitch to ban that guy who just put in the bot? You fucking tried! You fucking tried! Oh my god! 1% to 148. Yeah, fucking the turnaround. Oh shit! I'm gonna die. As always, remember, If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Happy, were you flirting with that cat? New game plus thing, or like high rank thing, but Slay 10 high rank Balochi! They are high rank. It's a miss. Yo, whoops, wrong one. Yo, guys, how's it going? Welcome back. Welcome, JP Bay, and welcome in, Chris. How are you guys? We are back at her again, boys, as always. Just pop it in, right? That's what it's all about.
Fit check.
Fit check. True. It's actually not 40 degrees in here, so, you know, I actually wear the sweater today. Well, it's some shitty weather out there for freaking April, or for July, but we need that rain. Just a couple more days of it, and then we should be good for the rest of the summer. Just checked my email subscriptions on Gmail, and I'm deleting unsubscribing to Credit Karma like 15 times or more. Like, what the fuck? Cooked up a nice juicy steak for dinner and I'm chilling. Hell yeah, Levi. Yeah, Sean, you know what I do? Instead of canceling my subscription for things, because canceling your subscription half of the time never works, I go directly to my bank and I say, don't allow these charges through. These charges are fraudulent. And then they remove the subscription. So I'm like, look, I tried to unsubscribe like 4 times. It keeps resubscribing me. Don't let this payment come out of here anymore, or I'm going to charge it for fucking fraud. I have gotten a fair bit of progress on my world. Just need to set up the starter town and first quest, and then I'll be ready for the session in 12 hours. Go in the Fallout 1 route. Our water source is fucked. Go fix it, please. Nice. Callie, welcome. How's it going? Yo, haven't finished stream yet. Gonna play the COTD again in 2 hours. Nice, Muffin. Hell yeah, buddy. How is your writing going, Callie? How are you? Oh no, it's the email sub. They send me newsletters that I never read, but why 15 separate subs for the first place? Because it boosts their numbers. Anything that boosts, like, numbers and optics, that shit is botted to fuck. It's like, I absolutely love it, because it's clearly, like, guys, I misplaced my pelvis. Oh shit, Callie. Did you check the bathroom? You might have left it in the shower. I have the same problem with my dick. It always falls off. I don't know why. They also might resubscribe you whenever their bots scrape data broker info to find email addresses. Oh, I didn't check the shower. I went to the toilet first. Oh, that's smart, Callie. But yeah, I'd check the shower. That's always my problem. It's like stuck down in the drain or something like that. You're like, there it is, motherfucker. Little bitch. It's always trying to run away. Alright. So, today is why 90% of series fail after book number 1. So this seems pretty relevant and important to us. Because, I mean, we originally only wanted to have 1 book. But if we make it 1 book, it's going to be like 800 or 900 pages. So I'd rather have 2 books. Like 350 pages each. Talks, I've been having trouble writing. Oh no, Callie, you need inspiration? Are you still working on To Be Music, or are you working on something different? Our biggest problem right now is getting dialogue down. How's failure been defined here? Like, falling apart or just commercially? Wait, where did we mention failure, Levi? Failure of what? As in, like, it's the... There's something about the first book that doesn't resonate with the second book. So it's not necessarily that the first book is bad. It's that the first book doesn't, like, lean you into the second book. So people just read the first book, and sometimes they may not even think that there is a second book. At least that's where I'm coming from. What does it mean for a book to fail? Not sell 10,000 copies. If you don't sell 10,000 copies, your book failed. Like, if that was your goal of the book, right? Because you gotta think about it in terms of goal, right? Like, I don't give a shit if I sell any books. I just want to write them. I just want them to exist. To be there and have something. But I literally consider it a success if I even write the first draft of the book. I was doing both Be the Music and the Fish one at once, and then I started exercising almost every day, and I'm just more motivated to do that. I guess I lost my reason for writing, and now I'm looking for a new one. Feel like the first books might be enough of a complete story. The first Hunger Games book is an example. I think the escalation of the premise is what sold the second book. Yeah, because, I mean, I look at series that are like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 books, and I'm like, no thanks. I want a trilogy. I want, like, 4 books. I want, like, 2 books. You know, I don't want a 22... Unless it's, like so fucking good. It's like fucking Game of Thrones or fucking something like that, where it's like, okay, I can understand how it could be this long, but it's like most of the 10-book series I've read could have been done in like 4 books. But there's just like that, and then there's that one book that the entire book is just a fucking lore dump of some kind. Like Leviathan Wakes, The Expanse does that. Like book 6 is an entire exposition book. Magic Treehouse. True, 50 books is fine if you can hop in anywhere. That's another thing, Levi, is does it matter, do you have to read the first book to get the second book as well, right? So there's a lot of nuance to that, but let's see what he thinks. Mr. Editor.
Many authors come to me and they say like, hey, I have this...
Cough, Warhammer 40k. Yeah. Legit. Because it comes at so many different timelines and so many different directions from so many different plot points that it's like, you do not need to know fucking everything. You can just have small tidbits and you'll still get it, right? Even with, as long as you have the understanding of the religious fanaticism that's attached, basically to servitude. That enables people to, through that line of thought, essentially, like, push people to the limit of their, both bodies and minds, if you look at Dreadnoughts as well. Notes on failed series. Alright, let's do it. Here we go.
Incredible vision of a book series I want to write, which is awesome. And so my goal in this video is help authors who have that kind of ambition to avoid some of the most common mistakes that I see as an editor. We're going to look at the 8 most common mistakes that authors make when trying to write a book series, and then I'm going to give you very practical advice on how you can sidestep those mistakes. Let's start with number 1, repetitive
plot patterns. Just thinking, What do we have that are repetitive plot patterns? One thing I can think of is, like, being on the wrong side. This happens, like, 3 or 4 times where you're like, oh shit, we're on the wrong side of this. May I share a video? Yes, you may, Callie. What is it? Post the link, bro. When a character has to relearn the same lesson over and over, hate that. I could definitely see that, Levi. Oh, whoops, what did I just press?
Yo! You gotta try my new MetaQuest Ultra HD 4K VR headset!
I don't do all that VR shit, bro.
Bro, it's like real life. Just try it.
Oh my goodness, bro. Massage simulator. Alright, bro, say less. Whoa. This actually kind of fire.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Rosalinda, what are you doing? Oh, God. Oh, God. Don't stop. Don't.
What's happening, bro?
Rosalinda, I know we've only known each other for a short time now, but I want it to last forever.
It's been 2 minutes! 2!
She said yes! She said yes! And what? You don't think I'm tired? You don't think I'm stressed out? But I show up to work 7 days a week, 8 hours a day, busting my ass to provide for you!
She's not real, bro! Just log out!
Rosalinda, you know I'm sorry about earlier. You know I didn't mean any of that. I love you. Can you forgive me? It's a boy! Did you hear that, baby? It's a boy! It's a boy! We should name him Meta.
Yeah.
You like that? Meta? Come on, hold him. Honey, I'm home! What the hell? What's Ronaldo doing here? You said he was just a friend! You think you can call the police on me, bitch? She did this to me! Brethren did this to me!
Brethren! What happened?
She was my everything.
She was a PNG file with a Brazilian accent!
Don't talk about her like that! We had 2 kids.
Where are they?
Bro thinks he's Roy.
In the cloud.
Okay, that was pretty good, Cal. That was pretty good. I'll give you that one. That was pretty good. I wasn't sure how that was gonna go. Had an idea for a book series once. Basic premise is a smart student from a poor community fights to complete his education in a school where the bottom 10% of students in each individual course are expelled. It's a super elitist school where all 4 years of tuition are paid up front and essentially only 3% graduate and are set for life. Very cutthroat and stuff. Kino. My other series that I want to do, Wombat, is like a sci-fi series that humanity basically leaves Earth, but it leaves like all of the technology behind, and it's still got like, like satellites and antennas and stuff like that sending signals back. And eventually, over the millennia, a new human species or another intelligent species evolves on the planet. And as they're, going through their thing, there's like random people that are basically like crazy people that say they hear voices in their head. And these are like the geniuses that change the entire concept of reality. And what's actually happening is their brains have developed a way of picking up basically the Wi-Fi signal from the far-off human civilization. So they just get like random information in their head over periods of time, And it's like some of them, if they're smart enough, can like translate it, and they start building technology and like making things based upon this information that's in their head. And slowly this becomes rampant throughout the entirety of the society until everyone is hearing these voices, and eventually, you know, they discover technology and they send themselves out into the universe to try and find their long-lost ancestors. Wait, I hear voices. I'm one of them! True, Callie. But it's based on the idea that over a period of time, if your body is subjected to something, it will develop a way to interact with that. Same way we developed eyes to interact with light, same way we developed ears to interact with sound. You ever watch Cowboy Bebop? There's an episode where a derelict satellite starts doing its own shit after being abandoned for so long. Yup, I fucking love Cowboy Bebop, bro. This shit is great. A similar idea once future Earth, after humanity is gone, the Voyager 1 ends up looping back to there somehow, and they try to decode the golden record. Conflict comes from the main religion of the world, explicitly stating that aliens aren't real, which ironically is true here. I had a draft of the first 2 chapters of the book a couple of years ago. People there are like bird people. Nice! That's fucking epic.
Plot patterns. So the structure that worked for the first book in the series often is not the structure that's going to work for book 2 or book 3.
Okay. The structure for book 1 may not be a good structure for book 2 or 3. So we have structure.
See frequently is that authors want to repeat. They think, oh, this is what worked for book 1, this is what I feel most comfortable with, let's just do that again. If you're not writing an episodic series, which is basically where the whole storyline resets at the beginning of every single book, but you are writing more of an ongoing plot that's going to develop through the series, then these are the points you need to know.
See, my biggest thing is like I feel like planning books is just a bad idea. I think you should just write out the story, and however long the story happens to be is how long the story needs to be. For the Wind, Rolling used the same plot structure for all but the last Harry Potter book. Oh, it's not that. It's like one of those things, right, where it's like, it's a rule, but my thing is understanding why a rule exists and understanding the rule itself. Once you understand those two things, you can break that rule because you know why it exists and why it's there and what it's meant to like protect and stop. But planning books is sensible if you want a steady output, like if it's your job. Yeah. But I just mean, like, you before you even have the idea, you're like, oh, I'm going to write 5 books. It's like, how can you know that you're going to write 5 books if you don't even have the idea yet? Because then it's like, oh, are you truncating the idea to fit the 5 books? Are you extending the idea to fit the 5 books? I think that's just a bad place to start, let's say.
The first tip I have is to escalate.
Yeah, escalate. That's what we do. Sinister! Hello, I'm here. Welcome, Sinister. How's it going, good sir? Welcome, welcome. Escalate. Oh, this is what you were talking about for the Hunger Games. Like, the escalation of the plot is, like, the bringing to the next book, right? And that's kind of where mine is, because the end of the first book is them confronting the Monarch and getting their fucking asses handed to them, and Fafnir basically being wiped off the map, and they're like, oh, shit. Okay, this is going to be a little bit more complicated than we think. And then they have to go through the process of finding the octopi, finding the rest of the dragons, putting together the diamond weapon, unlocking all of the past, unveiling why the Warriors of Light are the Warriors of Light, what the tablet says, and the past and the history of the world. Like, the entirety of the second book is almost all, like, exposition, lore dump, and discovery, because that's the part of the series where all you're doing is finding out what...
Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother.
Damn, that's fun to do. Kind of late, but I'm here nonetheless. Hell yeah. I feel like stories can arbitrarily expand or contract. Contracting removes nuance, but distills the themes to a higher concentration. Expanding gives more room for nuance and character arcs, but at the cost of an increased risk of quality dips. True. And the whole point of the second book is, like, the first book sets up and like provides the questions, right? But you don't learn any answers in the first book. You learn all of the answers in the second book. So that's kind of the structure difference, where the entire first book is discovery, and the entire second book is payoff. You're like, hey, I finally get to know why these things are the way they are. Why is the world the way that it is? What happened? You know, that kind of thing.
Let's look at the Hunger Games for an example of this. The first book is very much about personal survival, right? Winning the games and not dying. But what are books 2 and 3 about? Books 2 and 3 get much more into the political message of, like, a wide-scale rebellion against the authorities. This is a clear escalation from personal survival into overthrowing the government. The second
Ours is kind of opposite in that way, because there's a lot of political stuff in the first book, but all of that kind of falls apart in the second book because there's really no governmental structure anymore. It's like the monarch has now become an iron claw around the people in the tree because of how fanatical they are, and the fact that he kicked out all the adventurers. There's no one to go against it. Like, you could take the story of the Three Little Pigs and make it a good 5-book series out of it if you really wanted to. Yep. It's all about how you want to tell the story, right? So expand the genre. And that kind of goes, the first world's all about magic, and then the first book's all about magic, but the second book is the combination between magic and technology. So you kind of hit this almost sci-fi fantasy mix, but it's more of just like the Final Fantasy type, technological past with a magic present. So escalate. So, like, let's say that first book is political turnings with side changes through reveals, showing characters are not on the good side. Book 2, all about finding answers for the world, solving problems needed to end the conflict. Book 2 also increases the stakes by introducing the celestial beings, Gaia and Anima. And then expand the genre. Book 1 is primarily magic with limited technology. Book 2 is extremely technological with magic underlying. So there's definitely a shift in attention for what the main, like, theme and plot and point of the first versus the second book. So I definitely feel that we don't have that repetition there.
Doing your series is to expand the genre. And for an example of this, let's look at Maze Runner. Book 1 is very much the mystery genre. They are in a contained environment. They wonder why they are there. They wonder what the maze is there for. It's a very self-contained story. But books 2 and 3, as they get out of that maze, the genre expands into this post-apocalyptic storyline with with cranks, who are basically zombies. It also expands into kind of a dystopian genre where they are wondering what's the ethics of testing on children in order to cure a disease. I know I've said before in other videos that you don't want to change genres within a single book, like from the beginning to the end, but I think you have a little bit more latitude.
Okay, I'm glad he said that.
And you can expand the genre a little bit, not change it wholesale.
Yeah, but just add a little
expand
bit.
it
And we've already gotten like on the Siege of Garuda, when you're seeing helicopters, planes, jets, bombs, tanks, and all that, and like mechs and shit, and you're just like, wait, where did the technology come from? It's just so confusing. But that's because those are the octopi that are on the bottom of the ocean from the past, and they have technology, but they don't have magic.
Technique that you can use when moving from book one into the rest of your series.
I didn't really like how Maze Runner turned zombie. I liked the first and third book, and then the second prequel, but wasn't really a fan of the second or the first prequel. I never really read them. I only kind of watched the first and second movies, but I was like, yeah, this is kind of like lame. I don't know. Just doesn't hit my fancy. What I'd really like them to do, I wonder if I'm just retarded. Hold on a second. Okay, they actually did do it. When did they do it? What year? And was it any good? 2007. The Dresden Files. Fucking amazing series. So fucking cool. Also, Maze Runner isn't a mystery. It's a survival book. It's Lord of the Flies, but with older kids. Yeah. Wait, you didn't know there's a book series for the Dresden Files?
Ahem. It's not nice to say retweeted. Bows for a perfect child acting scene.
Dresden Files is about a man named Harry Dresden, and he's like, basically, he is like almost an exiled magician, and it's kind of like the idea of like Harry Potter, where there's the mix between like non-magical society and magical society. It's set in London. It's very much like magic interferes with technology and stuff, and basically his master was preparing to like raising him to sacrifice him in like this dark ritual, and he wound up killing his master, and like it's super like not his fault. He did it in self-defense, but he still got like his title of like magician like stripped away, so he has what's called the Sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Wait, Maze Runner was a real series? Lauren Zodabos? Welcome. How's it going, bro? I always thought it didn't exist. No, it was a real thing. I like peripherally aware. I'm like peripherally aware of it, and from the show, yeah. But no, the Dresden Files are so fucking good. They're so dark. They're so fucked up, and they do such a good job with the psychological side of like, because he's literally a detective, but like he's in between the magical and normal world. But yeah, such a good series. So well in depth, so well told, so well world building. Absolutely loved it. And okay, so go panoramic. Does this mean like if you, let's say if the first part of the book is set inside of the tree and the inside of the mountain range that's on the outside of the volcano, then the second book would take place on a larger scope. Or in this case, it would be the first book takes place on the entire first continent. The second book takes place underneath the tree at the bottom of the ocean and on the other side of the world where like the Dark Adventurers Guild is, where basically they've gotten like ships and stuff like that, like boats, and they've tethered like thousands of boats together and like docks and stuff like that and barges to create like their own tiny little like basically Tortuga out on the ocean to stay away from the actual civilization. And I don't know if you'll actually go there, but that's something that will be mentioned. because it's probably going to be one of those far-off vistas that you never see, but it's just talked about. Because I absolutely love that idea. Because in the Hearthstone series, basically, and this is where I got the idea for how I use my magic system, because it was like these like basically pirates that live out on the ocean. They have duels, but the way that the duels work is it's a combination between rapier fighting, like fencing, and poetry. And it's like, you can lose if you kill your opponent without basically humiliating them. And it's like this super balanced nuance between making fun, humiliating, and trying to kill your opponent. But you want to humiliate them publicly before you kill them. And that's like the ultimate victory kind of thing. Maze Runner TLDR, zombie virus that's asymptomatic for a long time. Some kids immune to it. Scientists run tests on kid brains to figure out why immune. They are put in Maze Society to test brains. Test is successful, but humanity is too dead by now for it to make much of a difference. Also, there is a drug that can take that cures zombie virus, but lobotomizes you and stuff. I love the Dragon Riders of Pern series, because despite how large the series it is, you can pick up any of the mainline books, and it's perfectly sensible. Then there's a mini series on the side with 4 books that's amazing. Nice.
Is to go panoramic. For this example, we're actually going to look at
That's a Brandon Sanderson one?
television, specifically the series The Wire. It has 5 different seasons, but each one takes a different view on the city of Baltimore. First season is about the drug
And McCaffrey. Book 1, Tree and Main Continent. Book 2, Ocean Floor, Inner Planet, Domed City. Jesus. Alright. To expand the scope of the world over the period of the books to create more of a escalation feeling of you're not just living in the same place anymore, right? You've gone from like city to country kind of idea. Something that's not fair is that because my middle brother is named Brandon, I'm instantly leery of reading anything written by a Brandon. Ooh, I've never written it. I've never read any Brandon Sanderson stuff, but that's because I haven't read in like 15 years. And now I just don't have the fucking time for it. It's like I'm trying to go out of my way to like read and like promote people on like Royal Road and stuff like that. So that's where most of my reading is coming from, and like in Discord, on Reddit and stuff like that, right? Trying to just put myself out there as much as possible to figure out what's going on with it.
trade. Then we look at the docks in season 2. We look at City Hall, meaning politics, in season 3. We look at the school system or education in season 4. And in season 5, we look at the city through journalism, through the lens of media. So think of ways you can use this structure in your series. You can use a different character as the
different perspectives of life, school, journalism, media, police, emergency, what's another one? Politics, conflict between cities, civil fights, people versus government, Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do with
protagonist
that.
in each book of the series. You could imitate The Wire and choose a centralized place and then look at that place through different lenses and different characters. Now let's move on to the next point, which is the mistake I see most often with writers. So if
What did you think of Cowboys versus Aliens? I won't say it wasn't a fun watch, but as a story, I wouldn't have ever gone there. I've never heard of Cowboys versus Aliens. But the one that I do like the most, that I was so skeptical of until I saw it on TV, was... It's such a fucking good movie. It's so ridiculous, but it's so fucking good. Really don't like when a second book changes POV. Like, we spend all the first book getting to know the protagonist, and suddenly we're in someone else's shoes. Rick Riordan famously did this in his second series. Percy doesn't show up until the second book, and none of the characters in the first book are in the second book, and vice versa. Still good book, Simo, though. Yeah, the entire book is in first-person perspective from the main character, Husai. So it keeps everything kind of grounded, and it makes me, like... I don't know how to play with time with this. We'll have to figure that out later, because I do kind of want it to be linear. But there is a lot of could-dos with that, right? Like, I don't want to do, like, flashbacks and shit like that. Like, I don't know. We'll see how the story goes, but it's one of those things where I want to do, like, the Quentin Tarantino thing where you remove that one scene. And then, like, 90% of the way through the book, you show that one scene that happened at the beginning. And you're like, oh! That's why! And then that allows the conclusion to be sped through.
Move your feet. Do not stretch.
And my favorite example of that is in The Hateful Eight. Like, at the very end, before everything goes down, they show exactly what happened at the haberdashery before, fuck, what was her name? Before they show up, basically. In my experience, dreams remembering the past are a good way of doing nonlinear stuff when needed for foreshadowing or thematic placing. Yeah, and one of the things is that Wombat, what I want to do is I want to make it seem like the character is talking to the reader.
Wellness check is your version of take a chill pill, huh?
I forgot about that. I'm like, what was I doing? I just lost track because I'm so fucking high. But I'm like, yeah, I guess I should take a toke. Basically, Husai will be talking to the reader, but he's actually not talking to the reader, but you don't find that out until the second book. So you think he's talking to you, but then you find out he's actually talking to Gaia. And that's why it kind of feels like there's a conversation going on. Like, when he asks a question, he almost gets an answer. And that's the main reason for him being human, is because his mind can take a little bit more pressure from Gaia. So it's more of it's not just an instinctual presence, it's an actual presence in his head. I haven't read them since I was like 12, so maybe my tastes were worse back then. I remember them fondly, though. That's all that matters, really, is that you remember them fondly, right? Because you're not going to remember the individual bits of the book, but you're going to remember the impression that the book gave you. And nostalgia is super fucking powerful. The second set of books in the Percy Jackson series was pretty bad. My friend who's autistic, special interest, was the series... didn't even blame me for dropping it there. Yeah. I've never read them because I didn't know what they were, and then when I found out what they were, I was too old to really be into it. I was like, because I love mythology and stuff like that, and it's like mythology in modern day, right? It's like 14, so my taste might have been more refined. I've always been pretty cynical, though, so I could be too harsh. True, Levi. And that's where I was saying something, but I can't remember what it was. I was kind of mad on the series. I won't say Percy Jackson isn't good, but it's not great by any stretch. I think it could have been done much better. True, Callie. True. Pump up the jam. Pump up the jam, bro. Pump up the jam. Let's fucking go.
If you get nothing else from this video, please listen to what I'm about to say. Mistake number 2 is that writers wait.
Ooh. Yeah, okay. But is that really true? I think the death of Zayd and the revealing of the monarch and the exile of the Adventurers Guild is delivering the goods, but we'll see where it goes from here. Pump up the jam emote, a bicycle pump attached to a jam jar. Dude, I could actually do that. To give advice, he just wants his favorite author to release Winds of Winter. To deliver the goods.
Until book 2 to deliver the goods. Sometimes when I'm delivering feedback on the first book in a series, I'll say, look, these are 5 things that you really need inside this book. And they come back to me.
This is synopsis with the first book wasn't a complete story on its own. Oh, this is synonymous, sorry. With the first book wasn't a complete story on its own. Let's go through and let's see if my first book is a complete story. Husai finds out he might be being blackmailed. The entire political structure is falling apart and the Beastman War starts. Husai and the Viceroy leave the tree in order to basically audit what the world looks like right now and, like, see what their choices basically are. They go around investigating Beastman villages to find out that all the Beastman villages have been ransacked. They find one of the character's Beastman friends, who's basically been, like, he was, like, the chief of a village, and now he's, like, basically in prison. And then they find out that there's a massive army headed toward Garuda. And there's a lot of conversation about why the fuck would the Beastmen attack Garuda and on the way to Garuda, because it's, like, it'd basically be like a third world country going up against the United States military. Like, there's no way the Beastmen, with their limited understanding of magic, their inner squabbling between themselves, sure they have, like, insane numbers, but there's no way they'd get that many Beastmen together. And this is where, like, conspiracy theories and stuff like that come into play, because one of the conspiracy theories is that in the background, there's another race that's controlling the Beastmen, and this is the reason why the Beastmen have such high levels of society. Like, they're not intelligent enough to have created, like, their own small communities. Like, someone, and the fact that all their communities are somewhat structured in the same way gives this vibe to people that there's something going on in the background. And this is the real deal for it, that it's actually the dragons in the background that are not just controlling the Beastmen, but they're what the Beastmen worship, essentially. So they're the Beastmen gods, and they haven't been seen for 600 years, so now that the Beastmen's gods are back, they're finally falling into place. And then, with the dragon and the octopi, Garuda gets completely fucking annihilated. So you go into this being like, oh, this is going to be a clean sweep from the main heroes, to being like, holy shit, we have to run the fuck away, what the fuck is going on? And then, because all of the, like, dungeons in the world are actually sky cities from the past that crashed into the ground, and the reason why they have, like, mechanical defense mechanisms and stuff like that is because of technology. So it's like Machina versus, like, the animals and monsters that inhabited the area after the fall. As well as, on their way back to the tree, this is where news of the fall of Garuda reaches the tree, and the monarch has to make the decision of does he go with the people or does he go against the people, because the people want to kick the adventurers out of the tree. So he says, fuck it, kick all adventurers out of the tree, but Zayd won't leave, so he winds up killing Zayd, which reveals him as the bad guy, completely destroys Husai, and then exile the adventurers. They have to go do the 100-year quest, find Atomus, confront Fafnir, light Atomus, and then finally confront the monarch. And that's basically the entire storyline of the first book. With Harry Potter, if you didn't know anything, you could believe that the first story movie was all there was and been satisfied, I think. Only knowing other details doesn't clearly mean the story isn't over. However, I think from the second book onward, you know it's not over, and each ending no longer feels like an ending. So it's somewhat surprising that the other books and movies remained popular. I just think the premise was good. I think the premise just resonated with people really well. It felt like this could be a world of its own, hidden inside of our own, which is super powerful for kids. It was structured in a way that it grew up with you. If you read it at the time, it grew up with you. And I think that was probably one of the strongest points to it, is you start as 14-year-olds and you end as like 21-year-olds. And it goes from like... It's almost like the entire series goes through puberty. And I think that resonates really well with at the time. And I think that's why it was a lot more popular at the time than it is now. And that's because there's a lot of other stuff. But it's like, you know, reading the books as they came out as you grew up. What are the victories for the protagonist in your first book? The victories are finding the Warriors of Light, which is what he's tasked with in the beginning. Finding the tablet that's with the Warriors of Light that describes why the world is the way that it is. Completing the 100-year quest that's never been completed before. What else is there? Oh, gathering everyone together that he, like all of his old friends. Bringing all of his old friends together and basically reminiscing on his old days. Plus falling in love with Hildebrandt, maybe. So there are quite a bit of victories. But they're more internal, personal victories to the protagonist than they are overarching battles won. Unless you're counting, like, the fight for Atomus and 100-year quest. They left Voldemort's resurrection ambiguous, and you had to wait until Order of the Phoenix to find out. That'd be failing to deliver goods. Yeah, I definitely feel that, Levi. That's why it's like figuring out that why Husai was given the Calm Pearl. That's the one thing you never, ever, ever find out. Do you guys think that's a good idea or a bad idea? Because at the moment, I think that's my most controversial idea in the book, is not ever actually stating who gave the Calm Pearl to Husai. Just inferring that it was the monarch. And maybe putting in like a tiny, tiny tidbits, but never ever specifically saying anything about it. Premise was great. I'm only saying that each story didn't feel complete at the end. I could definitely feel that because I binged them, Sean. So like I binged the books where I was like, I think up to the 6th book was like 2009 when I graduated. I think I read the 6th book and the 7th and 8th book like just like when they came out afterwards. But I read like book 1 to book 6 basically in the same year. And then I never watched any of the movie. Well, I watched the first 2 movies, but I never watched any of the other movies until I watched them all in sequence, like on a marathon on TV. And then, like 2 or 3 years later, I went back and rewatched, actually, like downloaded them and rewatched them all without like distractions. And it was like, damn, they actually did a good job like closing in on it, right? So I didn't expect how it was going to go like that.
Me and they say, oh, all 5 of those are in book 2. For one, that's awesome that they have like really good narrative instincts. They knew that they needed those things in the story, but they just waited too long to deliver them. The trouble is that no one's gonna read book 2 unless you shift a lot of that juicy material to book 1. So a lot of...
And that's why it's like book 1 is like the Warriors of Light, the tablet, the past, and everything is kind of hinted at but not really seen. The first movie, in my opinion, is the only one they should have made at least the way they did it. Certain characters don't do what they're meant to do, and others are just plain gone. Yeah, but that's the adaptation of the medium, right? Same with like the remake that they're making. Any victories in the context of the overarching plot, any victories that are necessary for the bad guys to be stopped by the end of the series. That's the 100-Year Quest, because in the 100-Year Quest is the Emerald Weapon, and inside of Atomus is the Ruby Weapon. And inside of the Dome is the Sapphire Weapon. And if you take the Sapphire Weapon, the Emerald Weapon, and Ruby Weapon and combine them together, you create the Diamond Weapon. And the Diamond Weapon is the weapon that the Monarch used to pull out of the sky. And the whole point for confronting the Monarch is the Warriors of Light say, at the end of the first book, if we're ever going to fight the Monarch, we need to use his weapons against him. And that's the Diamond Weapon. So... and obtaining Atomus and allowing Ifrit to light the fire means that now they have a forge that they can make like literal relic armor, which is like Space Marine armor essentially. So they can now make weapons and armor that allow them to completely confront the Monarch, and they can make they can use the weapon that they think is going to be the ultimate trump card on their side. So as far as like total necessary things, those are the main 2 points. It's just the fact they don't get enough time to do that. Because there's 2 possibilities. One, Fafnir never lights Atomus. And they have to get another dragon to do it. So that's why they don't have relic weapons in the first time that they confront the Monarch. But the main problem with the first time that they confront the Monarch isn't their gear or anything. It's the fact the Monarch, like, the way that you can travel inside of the crystalline tree is you can literally cause yourself to melt into the consciousness and form, like, basically a ball around you. And it's like, that's how you travel. And then it speeds you through the tree. And what the Monarch does when they confront him and the Viceroy turns to the other side is he brings everyone to the top of the tree. So all of the characters are suffocating because they can't breathe, and they're basically like freezing to death because now they're like, I don't know how high the tree goes up, but they're basically like at the top of the atmosphere of the planet. And the Monarch and the Viceroy are sitting there laughing at them as they're basically dying, and then you hear the wings of Fafnir, and he comes crashing down, and then the Monarch starts casting meteors down on top of Fafnir, and Fafnir's trying to fend off the meteors, protecting the main party, scoops up the main party, and as he's dying, he falls off of the tree, clutching the main characters, basically breathing fire on them to bring them back. And then he crashes into the ground, fucking dies, and the roots come out and wrap around him, pull them into the dome. There's also the chance that the Warriors of Light reveal themselves, put on their relic armor, and help Fafnir. So it's like, they kind of already know who Fafnir is and everything, and they've got their own little plot side thing, but they just never could reveal who they are because it wasn't the right time. And if the Monarch knew who they were, because they're blood related to the Monarch, which means they have all of his genetic enhancements, that's the one thing that he might actually fear, is one of his direct descendants being the one that could kill him. But it winds up Gaia can be the only one that kills him, because their plan is to use the Diamond Weapon to shoot the Monarch and the Viceroy into space. But because the Monarch and the Viceroy built the technology of the Diamond Weapon, they know how to counteract the tractor beam. So the shield that the Monarch has around him isn't actually magical, like everyone thinks, it's technological. Because they don't know the true connection between the Monarch. They don't know this is the same Monarch. They just think it's the Monarch. It's just the bloodline. But no, it's actually literally the same person that's been alive for 10,000 years. And that's like one of the biggest twists, is finding out that the monarch is actually anima. And it's not a progression of different people. It's been the same person the entire time, pretending to be different people.
A lot of writers, because they have such an expansive story in their brain of what this whole series is, they
Yeah, that's why I could talk for 45 minutes.
Focusing on things like
just for one thing.
Focusing on things like warming up.
World building, warming up. What else?
Focusing on things like character building. And it's like, no. We need to get to the juicy plot right from the get-go.
Yeah.
Check out this advice.
That's why the very first thing that happens is the Calm Pearl. And you know immediately how battle mechanics work and everything. You know there is something out there that needs to be accomplished, the 100-year quest. And you know that someone's trying to frame Husai for killing these people and preventing this information from being spread. And Husai knows it wasn't him who did it. At least he doesn't think that it was him that did it. Unless he's crazy and he blacked out at some point in time. But he's also going to talk to Sid about, hey, have I ever been outside of the tree? Have you ever seen me leave for an extended period of time past the time we came back from being head of the, voted in as Master of the Adventurers Guild, as well as, the last party or alliance to go through the 100-year quest. And, you know, as they're talking, they're kind of... And the main thing that Sid shows is... Like, this is how I want the scene to be. Because Husai is huge. All the other octopi are, like, 5'8". He's, like, 6'3". Like, there's never been an octopi that's, like, the size of him. So, Sid, looking at the Calm Pearl and looking at the scene, seeing Torg and this character beside each other, he looks at Husai and says, how tall are you? Husai's like, 6'3". And Sid's like, okay, well, how tall is Torg? And he's like, I don't know, like 5'7". And then Sid's like, why is Torg looking down at you? And it's like just that single line to say that it's not possible that that person is Husai. As well as the idea that Husai sees himself as a human, but other people see him as an octopi. So these two clashes of illusion magic isn't real and you can't figure out how to do it, versus proof that illusion magic exists. And that's kind of building off the bat the duality of basically everything. That everything has this contradictory aspect to it. That you can only truly overcome that when you understand the fundamental basis of both sides of the coin. And you can't have one without having the other. But on a surface level, they seem to clash with each other. Ad break! Okay. Plot progression. Steering plot in correct direction. Events of the inciting incident lead into more events. A good clue always leads to another clue. Boom.
From Annie Dillard, who is one of my favorite writers. Pilgrim at Tinker Creek is the book that made me want to become a writer. She writes so beautifully and she is so wise. Check out this advice she gives. One of the things I know about writing is this: spend it all, shoot it, play it, lose it, all right away, every time. Do not hoard what seems good for a later place in the book or for another book. Give it all, give it now.
True.
Annie, I love you. Such good advice. Really, really good advice. Please don't save it for later. If you can think of it, put it in this book. There will always be more stuff that you can make up later. But if you have something good, put it in book one. And hey, if you want a more structured series of videos that escalate and talk about a single topic, I would recommend that you check out my Book Fox Academy, where I have 10 different courses that help writers with all sorts of different topics. I also have PDFs, so that'll help you visualize the information, and quizzes, just so you can test your knowledge. There is a link in the description below. I'm telling the truth. Check it out and click on it. The third mistake we're gonna focus on when writing a series is overstretching your premise.
Okay. Overstretching your premise.
The Hobbit was not a trilogy. It was a single book. And
Yeah. Stretching the story beyond need.
not even that long of a book. It should never have been adapted into 3 movies. That was just sheer greed on behalf of Hollywood. It should have been 1 movie and not maybe the cartoon version from the 1980s, but a single live-action movie. So when you don't have enough source material, what do? Well, you end up throwing in stuff that doesn't work as well. There was also this forced expansion into romantic subplots between Tariel and Keely. And also what were really minor scenes in the actual book were expanded to these gigantic action sequences, like the orc battles, like Gandalf's quest, like orcs pursuing them. So the question I have for you is, do you have enough story material for a series? Because if you don't, I mean, there's nothing wrong with writing just a single book.
That's my problem. I wanted to write a single book, but it seems like it's just way too much for 1 book. Sad.
It might be a longer book, but don't throw in extra fodder just to pad your storyline so you can get more books in the series. Now, on the other hand, I should say that a lot of writers have the opposite problem, is that their creativity is far too expansive. And their problem is the inability.
This is the story. This is what's going to be in the book. But still, I love having it in my head and knowing it and just living it, right?
Ability to control and to manage the premise's growth. I'm sure you're thinking about it already, but George R. R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire, he hasn't finished that series. And you know what? He's probably going to die before he finishes that series because he had so much material he couldn't finish it. And HBO sort of, told the rest of his storyline, so he kind of doesn't have to finish it maybe in his mind. But my point is that when you have hundreds of characters...
No, I'm pretty sure he'd laugh his fucking ass off at their ending. Like, his ending's gonna be fucking amazing. That's even if he dies and it's like a Frank Herbert situation where someone else finishes the book, he most likely has all of the information written down just in case. To be like, yeah, this is how it's actually supposed to end, this is what it's supposed to be, this is supposed to be the reveal, and the bad guys are supposed to win because that's what the entire series is building up to. Like, I would be extremely disappointed if the Night Lord didn't win. If darkness and ice covered the entire planet, or at least all of Westeros, and maybe inched its way towards Essos, just destroy the entire fucking planet. I think that's like basically the only way to end it.
Characters and hundreds of subplots, it becomes very difficult to provide closure for all of that. For you authors who struggle with this, I love that you're so good at generation and creativity. What you have to work on is being just as good at closure, because you don't want to be known as the J.J. Abrams who writes great beginnings but can't write an ending. This fourth mistake is a really tricky
That's why I always write the ending first, and I always want everyone's opinion on my ending. Is my ending a cop-out? That's always been the biggest question on my mind. Is my ending a cop-out? Oh, everyone dies, the planet blows up, and you don't want to be multi-millionaire director J.J. Abrams. I just think he means you don't want to pull off the same stunt. You want to be able to deliver an ending. To me, the ending is the most important part. And it's the only part that matters because it's usually the only part I remember.
And it's probably the one I get asked about the most when I'm talking to authors about series. It is number 4, not enough closure in book.
Not enough closure in book 1. So let's go through a list and let's say like the main questions that we ask in the first book. So questions we ask in book 1. What/where is the moon? Where did the tree come from? Why are there only beastmen outside the tree? Who are the warriors of light? What happened 600 years ago that there is no history for? Why is Fafnir bringing the beastmen to war against the tree? Okay. I wrote the ending first for my Cutthroat University story. The protagonist, whose poor hometown raised money for years to send him to that school, hoping that if he graduated he could help dig the town out of poverty, says, "Naive idiot, sending me here was a terrible financial decision. Why should I reward that now that I've graduated? Positive reinforcement for bad choices would be the cruelest thing I could ever do to them." He never goes back to the town. That's fucking awesome, Wombat. Now that is a powerful fucking ending. I love that. That is so good. It makes complete sense, too. It's like, idiots, why the hell would you do that? Why would you expect that? You guys are obviously retarded. You could have, like, spent all that money to fix up the town. Why didn't you do that? Why did you take such a massive gamble? Like, what the fuck? You want me to entrust you with my now success? Fuck that! Thanks, bye-bye! Okay, so we do not answer where is and what is the moon. We do not answer where the tree came from. We do answer why there's only beastmen outside of the tree. We do answer who are the warriors of light. We don't answer 600 years ago for the history. And we do answer why Fafnir is bringing the beastmen to war against the tree. So out of, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 questions, we answer 1, 2, 3. So we answer 3 out of the 7 questions that we ask. Is that enough? Writing the ending first is a really solid method for writing strategies. Yeah, because it gives, like, for me, It's just now I have a direction, right? And my biggest problem with writing is this. It's like, okay, yeah, you start. What the fuck did you? Why did? Huh? What? I'm so. Where are you even going? I don't understand. Why would you even do that? That doesn't make any sense. Whereas if I have a direction, the ending, a destination, I can plot a pretty straight line towards it and keep everything like continuity. Discovery, writer, moment. Yup. But yeah, so we answer half of the questions. And we technically could answer more questions. We could answer all of these questions. But we answer all of these questions at the beginning of the second book. So, I don't know, does that seem like it gives enough closure? And it's like, even for things that, like, we introduced the 100-year quest at the beginning, we're going to solve the 100-year quest. So that's boom. That's a plot line closed right there. After awakening the Sky Cities, we're going to learn what the actual Sky Cities are and why they're the way that they are. Same with, like, the genetic engineering for the avian and the insectoids. I guess that would be another thing, too, is, like, why are the octopi, avian, and insectoids so different from beastmen on intellectual levels? Do answer. So there, we answer half of them now. And those are just ones I can think of, right? What I'd recommend, when you get the chance, open up MS Paint and draw your plot arc, including subplots, as they move up and down. Very easy to see where you separate into multiple books once you have that chart, IMO, and notably iterate on the chart over time. Yeah, I just have that in my head. That's my biggest problem, is most of the stuff is just in my head. And it's like, yeah, I could graph it out, but I feel like at this time, that's almost like a waste to do, because I still have a lot of learning to do before I get to the point of actually wanting to start to write it. Like, we're like 4 to 5 months still away from me feeling confident enough. So we'll probably even finish the first like 10 or 15 chapters of Duart's Adventure before, and that'll like develop more areas and more lore and more grounding for how the world actually is. And then we can manipulate that and expand that for over 150 years into the future, right? But I definitely think we give enough closure in book
Number one. So when you're writing book number 1, there is a tension between it being a standalone book and part of a longer story. And the mistake that a lot of authors make is they lean too far toward the direction of making it part of a larger story, which means it doesn't feel satisfying enough as a standalone book. And there are 2 mistakes that authors make with the ending of book number 1. The first one is a cliffhanger ending. And nothing wrong with a cliffhanger ending, but it can be too cliffhangery, and let me explain what I mean by that.
Okay, is it a cliffhanger that we swap the Viceroy turns out to be bad and he goes on the Monarch side, Fafnir dies, and the Warriors of Light are revealed, and all of the characters get pulled towards the dome. So the actual ending of the last chapter isn't necessarily the conflict with the Monarch, it's the aftermath of going down into the city and everyone being like, what the fuck just happened? How did our plan get so fucked up? And it's like, I imagine the ending of the book would be like ending in the middle of the fight at the Council of the Ring, where everyone's getting angry, like right before Frodo stands up and says, I'll take the ring. Imagine if the book just ended there. Do not let the ineptness stop you from getting a first draft. You will learn more by writing all the stuff badly, which you can then use to rewrite it better. We do this method in game dev a lot. It's called making a dirty build. Yeah. Just the problem is, Wombat, I did the first chapter and I immediately knew things that I needed to learn. And that's why I have a list of things that I'm, like, working on. And once I'm confident in those, then I'm like, okay. Because my biggest problem is, because I write so many short stories, it's connecting two stories together. So making sure that chapter 1 and chapter 2 feel like they're the same story. Because they're so wildly different in their approach. Like, the first 3 chapters are so ridiculously standalone, it makes me almost want to reconsider how the entire section goes. Because the first chapter is the Calm Pearl and learning about the 100-Year Quest. The second chapter is the inauguration of the Viceroy, and the Viceroy basically stating that beastmen are equal with avians and insectoids, which causes a riot, which fucks basically everything up. And then the third chapter is Husai going to the roots and talking to what he thinks is his ancestors, which is actually Gaia, and getting the prophecy of finding the Warriors of Light and the tablet that they hold, and getting information in order to figure out why the world is the way that it is. Good. You write stories. Was worried you were just learning and not applying that learning directly. If you were, it's way harder to know when you feel confident in those learnings. No, every single short story that we write has a purpose to it. So there is one goal in mind when I write these short stories. So they're not necessarily the greatest because they're all focusing specifically on one type of aspect. So, for instance, the story that we're doing right now, which is Duart's Adventure, the entire point of the story is to make our characters, like, apply the character profile to our character to make it so that our character is consistent throughout the story. Because my biggest problem is writing a single character out of all of my characters. So being able to separate, use different voice, and have individual perspectives from each character, looking at the world from a different view because of their position. If I can do that, then this story is a success. So it's like, I take everything that I learn and I try to apply it in a single way. And that's why most of the last, let's say, 5 reacts we've done were all about characters. Different voice is in text is a challenge too. Yeah. And that's where we're using AI to try to build different voices and see what those look like, and using that as a sample of how to transfer from the original dialogue, which is this is what needs to be said in order to progress the plot, to how would this character say that, and what's the other one? Not just how the character says it, but the viewpoint, like, it has to be filtered through their perspective as well. So it's not just like, what words would they use? What are their mannerisms? What's their reaction? What's their state of mind? How they feel about it? Exactly, right? Like their entire state of being about this conversation, this idea, this perspective, this decision, this goal. And then maintaining that in a very cohesive continuity way that allows you to understand which one. Brandon Sanderson's character lectures tell a lot about that. Yep. But the problem is those are like an hour long. Like, maybe we'll do one of those for the 24-hour stream, and 18 hours of it will be reacting to the lecture. Because usually these are like between 8 to 12 minute videos, and they take like 2 to 3 hours if they include world building. If they include world building and I'm going out of my way to try and explain and put in points as to like fill in the gaps and use examples from my book, it takes a really fucking long time to get through the reacts. So, wait, what
Thing is
hold on. What is this? Is this another...
satisfying enough as a standalone book. And there are 2 mistakes that authors make with the ending of book number 1. The first one is
Okay, the cliffhanger, yeah. Yeah, usually I'm watching the lectures while playing video games and stuff. Yeah, like that'd be something, you know, I'd do on the side and stuff. But it's like, I just don't have time. Like, I don't have time to do what I need to do for the stream, let alone anything else. I'm like so far behind on shit that I need to do. I have like 5 days of videos I need to upload to. I need to like edit and upload to YouTube. I gotta do like 15 or 16 different React like photo reels. I gotta change the freaking sound volume on all of the announcements. I gotta what was the other one that I was thinking? I was thinking of Zoink. I gotta do the wheel. I gotta update a couple of the commands for Kick. Add more stuff to the like channel points thing. Oh, and the other one was I got accepted to archive of my own, so I have an archive of my own now. So I got to start doing that as well. So there's so many things. I'm like, fuck, man, I just do not have time for all of this. Just try to do one thing a day, and you know, whatever we've got time for, we can just go with it. So cliffhanger ending. Somewhat? Question mark?
Cliffhanger ending. And nothing wrong with a cliffhanger ending, but it can be too cliffhangery, and let me explain what I mean by that. Too cliffhangery ending is kind of abusive toward the reader because it leaves too many things hanging, and the reader's like, you're just making me buy the next book, and they get a little peeved at that. I think your goal, even with the first book into a series, is to resolve a bunch of stuff, perhaps most stuff, and only leave 1 or 2 plot threads open. Now, the second mistake that you can make is a kind of whimper ending. This is usually done by authors who have conceived of their series as being this one long story that they're just happening to break up at random points. So to the reader, this feels more like the end of a chapter than really the end of a book. So how you solve this problem is you really need to think about the end of that book as if you are writing a standalone book. Have the climax, have the resolution, really wrap things up for the writer so that they feel like they're not being cheated. And while...
Because even without the final battle, like learning about the Warriors of Light, the technology, everything in the dome, about the past, like, I mean, I could literally do the lore dump that was going to be at the beginning of the second book, at the end of the first book. It's just the scene that I want to do most of it in. I mean, I could still do the entire anima scene and do all of the other lore dumps, and you don't know anything about Gaia, and you don't know anything about anima, and that's what's introduced into the second book, is the escalation of, we were actually talking now on levels of celestial beings and like outer space and like, you know, things far beyond the consciousness of a single being and the origin of where consciousness comes from, how consciousness is fundamental to reality, why there's good beings and bad beings, how they procreate, moons, why Gaia is so... I guess the way to say it is like, so Gaia creates dragons, Gaia births Moon, dragons worship Moon, Beastmen worship dragons, dragons tell Beastmen to worship Moon, Monarch pulls Moon out of sky, pisses off Gaia, and all Beastmen and dragons. Series has a beginning, middle, and end. Each book has a beginning, middle, and end. Each chapter has a beginning, middle, and end. Yeah. I always try to do that. Like, each chapter is structured. Like, if we go to, let's pull up chapter event lists. This one's huge. The first chapter is fucking massive compared to the rest. But then we get into like chapter 2. and this is all like hypothetical of the structure of the government and what kinds of things we're going to basically need to present to make the government feel like its full self. So it's like, even with these small little summaries of the small events that happen in each of the chapters, they're very much more driven towards making sure that each chapter has its own standalone idea, right? Like, this is the Discovery, Inauguration, the Requiem. Like, each one takes place in a different area. They have their own identity as a chapter. And even bleeding into the next chapter, it's like, you know, like, for instance, of the end of the Inauguration, because the first one, it's like, Viceroy states he's going to join the Adventurers Guild and go see the world for himself. So this is the Viceroy meeting Husai for the first time in this point where he's not actually the Viceroy anymore. And it's like, okay, well, let's go into the world. And then Husai's like, well, I gotta figure some shit out. So then he goes and he learns what he needs to know, and then he tells the Viceroy and second-in-command Varius that they're basically going to go do an audit for the Adventurers Guild, and it's their excuse to go around and figure out what the hell is actually going on in the world. Because they haven't been outside the tree in like 30 years. So they're kind of out of touch with everything. And that leads into like actually leaving the tree. So as long as they're all standalone on their own and they give their own ideas and perspectives and understandings for where the plot is going, then I think that's like they've accomplished their job, right?
We're talking on the topic of endings. That brings us to point number 5, which is the ending of book 3.
Oh, I see.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance.
Smokey! What's up, brother? Welcome,
Please
welcome.
fully enjoy this immersive experience.
How's it going today, bro? True, bro. Oh, there's the ad break.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet. You did good, you can
Hell
rest
yeah.
now, babe.
Choke time. We're only like halfway through the video, guys. I'm getting lots of notes, though. Okay. 5. ending of book 3 is a book ending instead of a series ending. That's another thing. It's like there is potential for having like another prequel and another book. You can't hear me. I doubt that, Smokey. You should be able to hear me fine, brother. I don't believe those lies. You mute yourself, bro? Because I ain't muted, I'll tell you that. But there should be complete and utter closure with everything at the end of the book. Like, you understand everything about the world. You understand everything about the characters. There's nothing left ambiguous or open except for will Gaia win this eternal struggle? Which is completely up to the reader to decide. And that's how the ending is open-ended. It's a celestial fight above the scale of human comprehension. So it is whatever your mind can make of it. But I do feel that is a complete series ending. And I mean, I even completely based it off of a series ending. But could you say that ending to the series was... I mean, it's one of those things. If you end a series as if it's not... Like for instance, with Angel, like... At a moment where you know your characters are going to fucking completely fail, but there might be some miracle that happens that's outside of the scope of reality that you could imagine as the reader. Like, oh, the wolf, the ram, and the heart come, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, angels come down and start helping Angel. And, you know, like they could have done something like that with the ending and defeated the wolf, ram, and heart, but it's much better to just, because the wolf, ram, and heart are such grand-scale demonic entities of hell, it's like... really and truly, they are above and beyond the scope of just like celestial beings are. So, you know, actually going up and fighting them isn't viable other than through pure imagination of the person like consuming the content.
Is a book ending instead of a series ending. Now, obviously, if you're not writing a trilogy, it might be book 5 or book 7 or whatever, but I think the point still holds. Your goal with the very last book in your series is to address problems that were present even in book 1. Address problems that span the entirety of your series. Let's go back to Hunger Games for an example. Katniss has been trying to choose between 2 romantic partners for the entire series, Peter the baker and Gale the miner. That tension has been kept up for the whole series. She had to pretend to be in love in Peeta for the sake of survival in the games, but then she would remember the rich childhood that she had with Gale. So her decision about who to choose is not the ending to a book in the series, but it has to be the ending to the entire series. And another example might be Lord of the Rings. At the end of Lord of the Rings, how do we make that feel like a series ending rather than a book ending? One, we have an absolutely massive clash of armies. That's the very dramatic aspect. And then 2, we have the destruction of the ring, which brings that entire arc of that storyline to a close. This next mistake is particularly problematic and particularly pervasive. It is number 6, committing middle book syndrome.
Okay. Committing middle book syndrome.
When you are writing a series, it is natural that some books end up being way stations, sort of connecting the previous book to the next book, but it's not particularly exciting. This often happens in trilogies.
Oh, it's so fucking annoying. Book... Is it book 6? I'm just gonna look and see. Is it book 7 or book 7? Pillars of Creation. Is book 7. Okay. Book 7. Sword of Truth. Pillars of Creation. As well as, I think it's book 5. think it's Babylon's Ashes. But anyway, one of the Expanse novels is entirely, it's like entirely based on a planet. The entire book is on one of the planets, and it's just like basically exposition about the aliens and stuff like that, or like the gates and the technology that's on the planet. Just the way that the Pillars of Creation kind of explains the holes in the world. Even though you don't need an entire book and an entire character like Jensen to explain the holes in the world. Didn't need to be an entire book.
In book number 2, because book number 1 had this great idea of introducing.
Book 1, introducing world. Book 2.
The world, which is super entertaining. Book number 3 has this great mission of solving all the problems and resolving everything, which is very entertaining. Book number 2, though, ends up being this kind of redheaded stepchild with
what purpose doth you have? That's why we have a 2-book series, not a 3-book series, not a trilogy. It's just 2 books.
not much
The
of
goal.
a task, and there's a lot of wheels spinning going on. Now, obviously, if you're writing a 5-book series or a 7-book series, hey, this could be book number 4, or it could be book number 5. You know, it's flexible, but the point is this is a frequent problem that writers encounter with series. But one technique I'd like to introduce to you is one used by Catching Fire, which is the 2nd book in the Hunger Games series. The technique I want to teach you is one called bridging. And this is where a middle child book is both looking back at the entertainment of the first book and then looking forward to the entertainment of the next book. Now, the way that Catching Fire looks back is that it's still using that fun fight to the death formula in an arena with strong social media overtones that was so popular with book number 1. That's still in book number 2, but it's also bridging between the books by looking forward. Book 3 is all about political upheaval and political rebellion, right? So this book is laying all the foundation for politics to get very, very messy and for the rebellion to take form. Really, the middle of your series has enormous potential because it can draw from all the narrative entertainments from the beginning of the series and later on in the series. I'll also say this, that another characteristic of the middle book syndrome is the character carousel. What I see a lot of authors do is they get a little bit stuck in the middle of the series, and so what they do to get out of that is to throw in new characters. Because why not? But that focus on character novelty rather than developing and complexifying the characters you already have really gets you in a jam, because now the next book in the series is going to have to continue all the characters that you threw in book 1, but also the new characters that you developed in book 2. It creates a lot of problems for you later on. So as a
So book 1 is Husai, Varius, Gluttony, all of the leaders of all of the cities. The 4 Warriors of Light. Their 8 Guardians. So the only characters I could think of that would be introduced in the 2nd book. Oh shit! Sean! What's up, good sir? How's it going? Thank you for the subscribbly doo, bud. Super appreciated.
It's touch football! Touch!
I didn't know.
Your demo is on Brock's team.
Somebody's in my car.
Right, that is a legitimate superpower.
Seen him do that from another country away. Big deal.
Hell yeah, old school. How's it going? It's going good? Hell yeah, brother. It is, another day. We're talking about book series and why series tend to fail.
very general principle, work on deepening your characters in the middle child series.
Oh, right. And we're thinking, what characters do we add into book 2 would be the octopi at the bottom of the ocean that are the surviving bits. Twi'lek's the twin of Neelix from Star Trek Voyager. Just saw you were streaming. I was just getting ready to go to bed. I'm usually sleeping when you stream. Yeah, I know we got bad stream time, being in the middle of the night and all that. But it is what it is. It's the only time I can, so that's the time I do. Except Thursday is going to be the 24-hour stream. So if you want to pop in sometime on Thursday at some point in time. I get that often, but it's just a random name I made up. When making a character on WoW. Very, very, very nice. I'm trying to remember what the hell was the. It's just making me remember a Voyager. What was it when Tuvix, when Tuvok and Neelix get combined together in a transport incident. Good old Star Trek. See, I don't think we throw in new characters. The dragons. We throw in the dragons in book 2, but like they're not like extremely important. For sure, I'm on. If I'm on, what time you starting on Thursday? Same time, so it'll be from 12:30. Well, I guess it'll be from 11:30 your time on Wednesday, like 11:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. on Thursday. And hoping to stay awake the entire time, but we'll see. Yeah, because you're in the future. Yup. And it's like the way that the stream starts is kind of odd because no one really knows Mountain Standard Time. Everyone knows Pacific, so you say Pacific. But to me, it's actually, I'm literally just starting my day. Sleep stream. Yeah, pretty much. But we'll see. I'm usually pretty good at, you know, going hard like that. We just got to find some... There are so many things that we have planned. We have like 12 or 13 different things that we're going to be doing throughout the day. Including a house tour. At some point in time. Because I got it all set up, and I can do it through the Wi-Fi with the Droid app on my phone, and turn my phone into a webcam for the stream. So I can literally, and use it as my mic as well, so I can just like, literally do a tour of the house. Because I think that'd be really cool. Tuvik's ending pissed me off. They could have used random chemicals to account for the original crew members, and had all 3 survive instead of ending Tuvik's. But that would just create an entirely new character. And it wouldn't coincide with like the moral dilemmas that are always placed. Like, for instance, when the Doctor creates the Kardashian scientist who genocided all of those people, and then he winds up deleting the guy in the end. For ethical reasons. It's like sometimes you get the ethical outcome, sometimes you don't get the ethical outcome. I think that throws a wrench in the whole thing of Star Trek, which makes it really good. That'll be neat. Hope you have a great evening. I'm going to bed. Good night, buddy. Night, Sean. Take care, good sir. Hope you have a great sleep. Thanks for the subscribe, and thanks for coming in and hanging out and just chatting. So yeah, take care, bro. Always good to see you. So the new characters that we throw in are not very important characters. You don't see them very much. They're basically NPCs. Other than Gaia, you're welcome. Always a pleasure to see you too. Hell yeah, buddy. It's what lifetime friendships are for, right?
Series book, rather than expanding to a bigger character stable. The 7th mistake that some authors make when writing a series is afraid to jump
Yeah,
time.
I'm so afraid to jump
When I look
time!
through a number of series that are out there, there are a lot of series
Because
that
everything's in first person from Husai, so it seems odd to do things out of place. NPC, non-plot character. True, Sean. But even then, they technically are only there to facilitate plot. Like, the octopi at the bottom of the ocean are only there to facilitate the understanding that there used to be octopi on the bottom of the ocean, and the ones up top are genetically engineered, so are the species up top, other than the beastmen. And that shows you the difference in why the beastmen are the only ones outside of the tree, and why avians, insectoids, and octopi are inside of the tree, because they're not native to the landscape. I mean, I really want to try to do this. I just don't know how
Pretty
well I
significant
can do
jumps
it.
in both time and switching up of the central characters. I mean, just look at the Narnia series. The gap between The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe and Prince Caspian, it's only 1 year in our world, but it's 1,300 years in the Narnian world. So it's not just a time jump, it also involves a huge change of characters as well. Or the gap between The Voyage of the Dawn Treader to The Silver Chair, it's about a 70-year time gap. So once again, not just a time gap, but also character changes. Or look at the series Foundation. The jump between Foundation and Empire is about 300 years.
Yeah.
Although Foundation covers like 200 years, so really it's like 100 years, but still.
Foundation, if you haven't watched Foundation, guys, Foundation, as far as I'm concerned, right now, is the peak of all sci-fi. It is so fucking good. And I don't remember the fucking actor's name, but he's fucking amazing. Jared Harris. He's so fucking good in it. I think there's 3 seasons now? Yeah, 3 seasons. The 4th season should be coming out. So it's expected, but it hasn't been actually announced that there's a 4th season. I assume there'll be a 4th season. It's so fucking good. I don't see why they wouldn't do it. And the setup at the end of the 3rd season with everything, with Dawn, oh my god, it's so fucking good.
Between books in a series. And then Foundation's Edge takes place 500 years after the original trilogy. Or if you look at Dune, the gap between Children of Dune and God Emperor of Dune is 3,500 years. And then Heretics of Dune is 1,500 years later. So obviously this works really well when you're writing fantasy or sci-fi, but I'd argue you could also use it for historical fiction, you could also use it for dystopian fiction. There's a lot of fiction out there when you're writing a series where a big time jump, don't be afraid of it. It's okay to do. There's lots of justification for why it's a good reason to do it. And now it's time for the last and final reason why your book series might fail after book 1, and it is number 8. Trying to write a single
book rather than a series. That's my problem.
book rather than a series. I have authors come to me all the time and they're like, hey, I have a 300,000 word novel. Will you edit it for me? And I have to tell them right away, like, okay, I don't think you have a 300,000 word novel. I think you have a trilogy that you need to split into 3 books. And this is for a few reasons. One, it is incredibly more difficult to publish a longer book. You will lose money because of printing costs. You will lose money because of editing costs. So the amount that you can sell that book for is equal to what you could sell a 70,000 word book for. When you write a 300,000 word book, you're basically giving away 2 books for free and only charging for a single book. The advantage of splitting a big book into a series instead is that it's less intimidating for the reader. They don't have to say like, oh, let me read a book. They can just say like, oh, let me check out this first book in the series. If I like it, I'll continue reading. Picking the stopping points for your series, picking the places where a book ends and where the next book begins is probably one of the most important tasks that you have when you're writing a book series. And yes, I know length is often dependent upon the genre you're writing. Some genres definitely ask for much longer books, but the shorter you can make each book in the series, the more easier it will be to control your narrative and to pick the right points to stop at and pick the right points to begin again. Okay, do not forget to check out the link below to Book Fox Academy. And as you are writing all of your wonderful, brilliant book series, I wish you the best of luck.
Hell yeah. All right. This is Book Fox. Go give him a view, give him a like. Go give him a comment, some support, all that good stuff. He is our main source at the moment for this editing stuff. And eventually we'll go back to Hello Future Me for world building and on writing. But Wombat, are you still here? Because I want to read what you posted. If that is indeed what it is. Do you want me to read this? That's, I assume, why you posted it. But I was going to ask before I read it, just in case. That's a short story I wrote for a class in university. Sure, you can read it. Ignore the doxing. That's not my name, totally. That's okay. I've doxed myself so many times because the internet's retarded. I didn't know that it showed my name at the top of my emails. Nah, I changed my name on it because I was like, wow, that's so dumb. That's so dumb. And I'm like, why do I even use my real name for shit? And I was like, I shouldn't do that anymore. You never know. Yeah, pop off. That's why my, That's why my name is... Oh, I can't even bring it up. Where's the actual picture of it? That's my working... That's like my, that's my author name. SJ Moron. Never use headers for email unless the recipient specifically requires it. No, I mean, like, Sean, if I go, like, watch. Oh, here, let me log in. See at the top? It says male Scotty Moron. It originally had my full name with my middle name there too. So anytime I opened my email on stream, it showed my full fucking name up there. So I changed it. It's one thing to have my full last name, it's another thing to have my middle name in there too. It's like shit, man. That narrows it down pretty much. Okay, let's take a toke and then we shall read this. And if anyone else has anything they want me to read, feel free to post it in the Discord. Now is the time. When you pack a bowl and you don't smoke it. Okay. Are you guys ready? Semester with Professor Treppert by Daniel Brower. Many people spent the spring semester hanging out with friends and cheering for the deaths of the last snowmen. Personally, in what little free time I had, I tended to retreat to my dorm room, lamenting on my building's lack of air conditioning and the swelter. It's not as if I couldn't make friends or that I preferred being alone, I just didn't see the point since I'm only here for a year. I had friends back at my old college and I still talk to them from time to time, but distance complicates things, especially when you are the only one who's 1,000 miles away. The school pulled my financial aid after I failed some stupid linear algebra class. I swear, the professor just didn't know what he was talking about. Point is, I couldn't afford to stay, thus my senior year was spent here at Grencha University, doing my best to get the last of my required courses for my computer science degree. One of these was my second attempt at linear algebra. I learned about as much in the first half of the semester as I had last time. Eigenvector? I hardly know her. Professor Treppert seemed like any other math professor. He was apparently well known for developing proofs for some theorems on the past few years. He wore a suit and carried around a canvas bag that was the same light gray as his curtained hair, which slightly overlapped his bifocals. Stolen right off of Harry Potter's face, he explained things at least a slight bit more intuitively, but it was still just a garbled mess of matrices and using some ancient witchcraft to determine X, Y, and Z. I tried to take notes sometimes. The formulas on my page have a distinct tendency to transform into drawings of Pokemon without me even realizing it. I felt a jolt, not from the graphite Pikachu, as I heard the words "a midterm" and "tomorrow" escape Professor Treppert's mouth. Was it really time for midterms already? I was nowhere near ready. Thankfully, unlike my professor at my old school, Professor Treppert, at least kind enough to give us a study guide. With some example problems with solutions, along with some exercises for practice, I never understood the mindset for professors that give non-mandatory work. Ironically, this course is meant for underclassmen, but because seniors get first dibs on classes and need these classes to graduate, few sophomores and even fewer freshmen get into these classes. I just don't see why anyone would put in any more work than they need to for a class like this. Don't get me wrong, I greatly appreciated the study guide, but there's no way I ever see myself doing extra problems just for practice. What's the point if I don't get credit for them? That night, I scanned over the study guide for about 30 seconds, if only to convince myself that I made an effort. My phone rang with the default tone. "Hey, Mom." "Hey, how are your classes going?" she asked. "They're fine, I guess. Need anything? You have enough food?" "I'm fine. What are you up to?" "Studying for my Lin Alg midterm," I lied. "Oh, that is great to hear. I'm really happy to see you making a real effort. A little goes a long way, you know. I'm sure you will pass this time. I was talking to the other parents of your old school, and they also say that old math teacher you had wasn't all there. They say he's got tenure and just refuses to retire, but I don't want my rambling to keep you from your studies. Call me if you need anything. Love you. Bye." "Love you too. Bye." I was glad to hear from Mom, despite the dread of knowing how much I was letting her down. I can almost see it already, her relentlessly messaging other parents and protesting to the administration that I ought to graduate despite not passing this class. Losing her voice, screaming about how hard I work as tears flood her tomato-colored face. Could see Dad stopping her from hitting someone with her small purse. The thought was unbearable, but what was I supposed to do? I simply could not understand this Matrix stuff. As I went to set my phone down, I got a storm of notifications. Interesting how phones these days can tell when you are looking at them. A couple of comeback notifications from old mobile games I never uninstalled. Some emails about scholarship opportunities, and then a new chapter of my favorite manga. I read the chapter and then proceeded to spend that night watching people on YouTube react to the chapter. In addition to taking an online quiz for one of my programming classes. Data structures, finally a topic I understood. I walked into the lecture hall for my midterm. Professor Treppert said it was closed notes, but there's no way I was passing like that. I sat myself in the far back, right under the cameras, such that they had no way of catching what I was about to do on video. I'm not proud of this, but I spent the midterm typing questions onto the phone that rested on my leg once I had all the answers filled in, along with the steps, as given by the godsend of a website known as Wolfram Alpha. I discreetly slid my phone back into my pocket and walked up to the front of the class, placed my exam onto the stack that already contained about 20 finished exams. The next class, Professor Treppert began speaking with his usual tone, akin to a therapist. Granted, I've never been to therapy. I've only seen the depictions of it on TV, with the patient lying on a couch crying and the expressionless therapist saying, "Tell me more," with their pad and pen in hand. "Hello, class. I'm about halfway through grading your midterms. In seeing some common errors in many of the exams, I'll be putting you all into smaller groups based on how you did on the exam. Be helping you guys to shore up these common weaknesses in preparation for the final. You all should expect an email in the next few days regarding your group placement and meeting time. Gotta hand it to them, that's a really cool thing to do as a professor. My email was already in my inbox by the time I got back to my group. Hello, you've been placed in Group C. This group meets from 2 to 2:50 every other Tuesday, right after class. These meetings are mandatory, and thus I've checked all of your schedules and assured that there are no conflicts. See you then, Professor Trepard. Considered lying about a conflict, but it was more trouble than it was worth. I'd have to show up, but it was fine. I could just sit in the back and keep my mouth shut. After all, this group is likely all the people who had near perfect scores, and thus there wouldn't be a lot to discuss. I walked into the smaller classroom after class next Tuesday. This classroom is in an older building, which was in need of drastic renovations. The stairs up to the second floor felt like they could buckle at any time, but they never did. I was the last to get to the classroom, but I wasn't late. Professor Trepard closed the door and locked it. He gave us a look that said it all. My stomach sank as I realized how screwed I was. Welcome to a discussion about academic honesty, and how important it is, Professor Trepard said. I was a mouse in a cage of a snake. All there was left to do was let the fangs sink in. There was no getting out of this. The answer is that it isn't all that important, he said. I'm sorry? What? One student asked. I know you all cheated on the midterm, and you are not in trouble. Let me explain why I made this group. There it was. A hole in the cage I could slip out before being noticed by the snake. But first things first. Do not discuss what happens in these discussions. If asked, make up something believable. We were working on products, change of basis, whatever. The administration finds out about what is happening in this discussion, I get the boot, and I'm taking all of you down with me. All 10 of you are seniors, and you need the credit for this class to graduate. What I am getting at is that I am not condemning your choice to cheat on the midterm. What I will condemn, however, is your choice to do a poor job at hiding it. I will help you all to remedy that. Nobody in the classroom lowered their guard. Now I'm going to prove that I know what I'm talking about. Bradley, you wrote formulas on the palm of your hand, did you not? Not the worst method, but it was obvious the way you looked at your cupped hand during the exam. Claire, you, he continued, throwing all the names in the class until he got to mine. Well, you hid your phone well, but not having both arms on the table makes anyone suspicious. It didn't take me long to spot you typing something into it. Pit in my stomach lightened a bit. Why would you do this? Claire asked. Cheating effectively is one of the most underrated and underappreciated skills in the workforce. I personally cheated my way through my entire math degree and never got caught. Does that make me any less qualified to teach math? I don't think so, he said. How does looking at the smart kids' answers make you qualified? Milo asked. Hey, I'm a master of my craft. It takes a lot of planning and seamless execution to do what I do. So don't go comparing me with middle school math heads, he said. We spent the rest of the discussion talking about the three main types of cheating. Computational, which is what I did, answer copying, and then obtain and memorize cheating, which is where you get a copy of the exam early and memorize the questions and answers. 250 released us and emphasized the importance that nobody finds out about this. I walked back to my dorm, really feeling the weight of the bullet I just dodged, but I wasn't in the clear yet. All it would take is one student reporting this. Mutually assured destruction is a powerful deterrent, though, so I wasn't too worried. I walked into the second session 2 weeks later, the last one in the room again. Professor Trepard lectured that to cheat effectively, one must understand the content. Why would we cheat if we understood the content? It was the first question I had asked in any class at that school. Well, welcome to the conversation, Will. Thing is that there is a difference between understanding the content and being skilled at the content. If I ask you all what 306 squared is, I doubt anyone will be able to spit the answer out quickly, but I'm sure you all know what it means. Does that make sense? Yes, I said. Now, the reason I bring this up is because tests change. Say you get a copy of last year's final. If this year's final is just one question different, the previous year's is almost useless if you don't understand the content. You might answer every question right, but one, and depending on the type of question, it may seem suspicious as to why you couldn't answer it. This brings us into the main method of cheating I will teach you, which I call scrape and verify cheating. In computer science, there is a problem known as P versus NP. What it states is that as far as we know, for many problems, verifying that solutions are correct is far faster than generating a solution. What we are going to be doing is finding ways to get access to answers and then verify that they are correct. The number one cause of cheaters getting caught is them sharing the same wrong answers as another. Sharing the same right answers, however, is not suspicious at all. Once you verify that an answer is correct, that is when you go through the process to organically get the answer. After the class was dismissed, I caught up with Professor Trepid. Hey, I was just wondering, I know you explained why you would do this, but why do you do this? Why risk your job for people like me? I asked. I know what it's like to be in your shoes, to struggle, to feel cheated by the system. People who cheat, people who take shortcuts, it's not because they want to. Often, it's the only route they have, lest they be left behind. My family was borderline impoverished when I was young, but I showed a lot of promise with math. But the moment I got to calculus, that all shattered. So, in order to not disappoint my parents, who had invested what little they had in me, I made sure that I graduated, no matter what it would take. When you apply for jobs, what you know doesn't matter to employers. What matters is whether or not you will get the job done. But institutions like this have convinced companies to take on an elitist hiring method. It is an utter perversion of academia. Knowledge should not be a means to money, it should be something we chase for its own sake. Case in point, this system is built on competition. Be the best or you lose. And that is not fair because not everyone can be the best. I'm trying to give people like us a chance to gain the respect we deserve. I thanked him for his answer and walked back to my dorm room, wiping 2 or 3 tears from my eyes in the process. Never been the type to cry, and I wasn't going to start now. I decided to try implementing some of these new tools in my homework. It really didn't take that long to get the hang of this whole scrape and verify strategy. For taking a quick photo of my roommate's copy of the worksheet, he never procrastinates, I got to work verifying the answers. 2 of them were wrong, and so I had to use Wolfram Alpha again. Though I did start to see a few patterns emerging in the answers. I was starting to develop a strange intuition for how the math actually works. 2 weeks later, I walked into class with our last session before finals. As usual, I was the last one through the door. This session was more of a debrief on the semester and review of what we learned about the art of cheating. As the session began to wind down, Professor Trepid spoke in a far more serious tone than ever before. So, as we wrap things up here, I want to congratulate all of you for your remarkable progress. Regardless of the legitimacy of your assignments, I am proud to say that almost all of you have high enough scores to pass the class guaranteed, even with a 0 on the final. Speaking of which, the final, as you guys hopefully know, is this Friday. Now, I know I've been encouraging you guys to improve your craft, but I would advise you all to not cheat on the final. How come, I asked. Since it is the final exam, admin wants more proctors in the room, not just me sitting at a desk. There are going to be 4 or 5 of us walking down aisles and making sure everything is legitimate. I'm not saying I don't believe that you guys are capable of cheating under that radar, but it's just too risky, especially when most of you guys already pass anyways. That makes sense? Classroom collectively nodded. I was one of the people still on the hook for the final. If I didn't take it, I'd wind up with a 67 in the class and thus would not graduate. After some index card calculations, I determined I would need a 12 to pass, 52 to get a B, and a 92 to get an A. I did not like my chances without cheating, but if I were caught, I wouldn't know how to tell Mom. I had to answer just 3 questions right on the test to get a passing score of 15. I spent that night reviewing how to calculate determinants and cross-multiplying vectors. At least 2 hours of 3 blue, 1 brown flooded into my brain as I tried to soak in as much as I could. My notebook filled up with equations and diagrams, and still several Pokemon. I'll take a chip. I'll take a potato chip and eat it. I shout to myself, mimicking a scene from my favorite anime as I eat from the Lay's branded yellow bag of air. I woke up after 3 alarms, tried and failed, 1 hour before the final. I showered, dressed, and walked to the Dunkin'. Could I please have a glazed donut and a large hot whole milk latte with 2 caramel, 2 French vanilla, and an extra turbo shot? I was going to need all the energy I could get, and after drinking that full latte in less than 10 minutes, I was ready to kick ass. I left the cafe and took a confident walk to the lecture hall. The final exam was difficult, especially with the pressure of several exam proctors looking over our shoulders. They looked like they were way happier to be here than they should have. One kid sneezed. Nobody said, "God bless you." 5 minutes left, Professor Trepid announced. I had only one question left. It was a good thing I had actually understood what an eigenvector was now. I finished my exam and turned it in at the front, shooting Professor Trepid a nod. He nodded back. I had done it. I was sure that I got at least 4 of the questions right. I was going to graduate. When I got back to my dorm, I saw a notification in my inbox. IBM looked at my resume and wants to interview me for an entry-level position. Yes! I shouted at the top of my lungs. Everything was great. A few minutes later, my RA knocked on my door and bluntly reminded me that quiet hours were still in effect. A few days later, I was leaving to go to marching practice. Professor Trepid hailed me over to him. His eyes stared into the back of my skull. Oh crap, I failed, didn't I? Did you cheat on your final, he asked. No, I didn't. I didn't put my name in the goblet of fire. I'm serious, did you cheat? Of course not, I didn't cheat on the final. Wait, does this mean I passed? You did very well. How well? My heart was racing. I passed. I was going to graduate. You got an 85. Tied for the 7th highest score in the class. An 85? How? I was amazed. You tell me, he said. Hell yeah. You just got to get yourself into that mindset, right? Like, I really like how it, like, pressed, like, from the beginning, like, oh, you know, doing the extra work. And then it's like he's doing the extra work without even realizing it. And that's what, you know, I think that's probably the biggest moral here, is that understanding how to cheat gives you the tools to succeed without cheating. Geez, hearing someone else reading this makes me see all the places that I can clean it up. That's one of the most important things, having someone read it out loud, even if you're just having like text to speech, read it back. It really gives perspective for things, especially on sentence structure and how sentences. I'm just really bad at reading things for the first time because I'm extremely dyslexic, and I like try to read faster by just assuming what the word is. So sometimes I'll just completely say the wrong fucking word. I love my auto reader. It's free and can take huge volumes at once. Like, I do not need the protagonist's detour to Duncan. I'd say maybe if you'd showed it as a habit earlier on, but yeah, the kind of fact that it kind of comes out of the blue, out of nowhere. But I mean, it does seem understandable that he's like, shit, I need this fucking pick me up before the exam, right? It's a humanistic thing. You aren't wrong to use it, especially if you include his caffeine hit. I think it was fine. It didn't throw the pacing out of order for me. Let's say, you know. I was almost expecting something like that because of the fact that like he was supposed to get up early, but then he missed his alarm, so then he's getting up late. And he's like, ah shit, well I gotta get this done, so let's just go. Fuck it, let's just go, boys. Blessed to be here always. Hey, how's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. Blessed, are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy sharing ideas, expanding worlds, and anything that has to do with improving or strategies or techniques around writing? Or are you just a reader who enjoys stories? Wild thing is, I wrote this before AI got all crazy. This was during the era of ChatGPT, before GPT-4. Themes ideas seem way more relevant with AI on the rise. Yep. It's an interesting world we're living in. I am preparing to traverse the world of writing. Ooh. That's great. I'm so glad to hear that, bro. Feel free to join the Discord, and we try to facilitate the growing of awareness of people and stuff. So there's self-promotion in there and all kinds of other things. I'm answering the call to adventure. Hell yeah. What kind of genres do you like, Blessed? I'm a very all over the place writer where I just kind of go with the idea that I've got. There's 3 main stories that I write, things that relate to my book. Sci-fi, because I love sci-fi. And then morally grounded stories, almost parables. One is called Dentist Disaster, and it's don't chew gum after going to the dentist and a kid chews its tongue off. Nepotism Unleashed, where it's basically how far can nepotism go in the government, and it's basically the idea is Hunter Biden crashes Air Force One into the Burj Khalifa in Dubai and causes World War III through the manipulation of the media. You like to write grimdark stuff somewhat. Oh, everything. And then The Banquet, where it's a cannibalistic native tribe where their spiritual succession to the throne is having to eat their parent, and the entire village has to feast on basically the king, and the king has to undergo this ritual of basically boiling himself alive and eating himself until he dies. Attack on Titan? For what kind of aspect? Political? Stupid joke, guy got matched with a cannibal, but she gave him the cold shoulder. Attack on Titan inherited power via cannibalism. Oh, right, because you have to eat the other Titans in order to gain the powers. Yeah. And that's the great thing about having different minds in different places, is different people stick to different things, right? I usually navigate towards political, religious, and scientific stuff as opposed to the actual physical when I'm thinking about an idea, and the physical comes later when I'm implementing the idea and grounding it in the story and reality. But today we're going to be doing some commentary. So, first thing is, what is the difference between fundamental religion and a cult? And the whole point of this is because I always take inspiration from other things, and that actually reminds me of, you guys know how I talk about being a person who wants to lead trends, and how I always try to look for moments in time when I've talked about, let's say, a specific topic, and then that specific topic has been brought up in some way, shape, or form by someone of note.
A lot of pretzels.
You okay?
So remember when we were talking about
Problem. Go talk to AI.
food stamps and how food stamps, like, people basically abuse having food stamps.
That receives food stamps. Did you grab the keys out of the car? Take a look for trash cans.
I've not read fiction in years, lots of non-fiction, going through midlife crisis and undergoing a change in beliefs and character. Ah, I understand, blessed. Yep, I'm getting there. I just turned 34, bro.
Because mine broke, and I really want the side-by-side ones. So let's go see if they have them. Buddy, grab it.
Her dude done work? I guess not. That's a lot of meat.
Hi.
That's a lot of meat.
Just 2. Yeah. I mean, can you even pick that up? Oh my gosh, mussels. So
those are
didn't have
vegetables.
the trash can that I wanted, so I'll just have to order it on Amazon. All right.
A lot of pretzels.
You okay? These kids are absolutely driving me bonkers in the store.
We used to get these.
Sure. Put it on the
Full
bottom,
shopping
please. You
cart.
have to lay it down, baby. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Awesome.
3
Thank you so much.
pizzas.
It only took us like an hour in and out of Costco, stuck to my list pretty well, and ended up spending $3.75, and then we have to go pick up a Walmart order for $65, $440 total. It wasn't enough that I spent $440, but Walmart decided to not give me some of my items, so I'm gonna run into Target real quick and grab the rest of what I need. The sunset is so gorgeous tonight. I just spent another $75 at Target. 30 of it was food stamps, and the other 45 was my own money. 25.
Here's why people are mad. There are a lot of people that are in the middle of this.
A decade under the influence of alcohol, facing everything I need. Sober 3 years, 4 months. Down 133 pounds. Damn! Congratulations, Blessed. That's amazing, bro. I'm so happy for you, dude. Keep on trekking. Hell yeah, that's powerful, dude. That's super good. Drinking is a terrible thing, man. Drinking almost destroyed my fucking life. I'm like, I have a beer every now and then. Like, didn't even drink for my birthday or anything like that. I mean, isn't a cult just a derogatory term that can be used to describe any religion? A religion is any belief system that answers the following 3 questions. Why are we here? What are we here for? What happens after we die? Very true, Wombat. Thank you, brother. No worries. Always, you gotta appreciate people. I stopped smoking tobacco. Like, I quit both weed and, like, I used to smoke tobacco with weed. Forever. And then, like, 2 years ago, I just cold turkey quit weed, quit tobacco. And then, like, last year, I started smoking weed again, just not as much as I used to. And just for, like, just because I was basically bored, and now I have the money, because now I have a job. Because I'm epileptic, so I have seizures, but I haven't had a seizure in 3 years. So, hell yeah, brother. That's what it's all about. Cults don't let you escape. If you decide that they're wrong, they will physically prevent you from leaving if they know you're disenchanted with them. And a harder substance. Well, good for you, brother. Get it out of your system, man. I know a lot of people that are, getting over that kind of stuff, too. Like, my sister and her husband, they've been on, like, antidepressants for, like, their entire lives. They've, like over the last 5 years, they basically weaned off of that and completely stopped smoking weed and everything, too.
Where they can't qualify for food stamps, but there's people that are poorer than they are, and they do qualify for food stamps, and they get to live high on the hog, spending up all this fucking money doing this, having a bunch of kids. She's buying cookies? Yeah, of course, right? And that's the issue. So, like, if you want to look at the people that are
College friend and had grand mal seizures, seriously dangerous. Yep, I have grand mal. I go into a dissociative state, so I go into like an extremely aggressive, like, combative state for like 45 minutes to an hour, and then I just drop and seize for like half an hour or so. And then it's like another hour before I like come out of it, and I don't remember fucking anything. And usually it comes out of like me coming out of sleep because I have really bad night sweats, and I'll like pull like more and more covers over top of me and curl up in a ball, and I'll be like sweating, and I'm like cold, but I'm like overheating. Then I'll go to have a shower, and the contrast between that of like having hot water on me while I'm already overheating will cause me to have a seizure, and I'll seize in the shower. And I've like smashed my face like a ton of fucking times, broken my glasses a bunch of fucking times. So fucking annoying. Where's the line then between an individual not letting them out and the institution not letting them out? Most Catholic households won't let a kid not participate. Yeah, exactly, Wombat. So it's like trying to find that thin line of what jumps over, and can we truly consider any religious institution that holds grounds. And again, the whole point of this, let's just finish this clip. I'll pray for you. Thank you, good sir. I appreciate that.
really getting fucked right now, it's the people that aren't making, it's not the people that are making $30,000 a year. Of course, they're getting fucked too, but in a different way. It's the people making 50. Because you make too much money to qualify for assistance, but you don't make enough money to pay for it on your own. And so you're stuck in this weird fucking donut hole where you're not getting any support from the government. And at the same time, you can't get any support from your job either. And so, yeah, 45 to 60K a year people are suffering. They are. And 4 kids is insane. Yeah, exactly. And I wanted to show this because this, by the way, this was my life. Whenever we had food stamps, bro, we were stocking up. We were not buying this, bro. We had this shit fill up with cookies. We had this shit fill up with popcorn. We got it with Dr. Pepper. We got it with, steaks. And, yeah, we were living, Pringles. We love Pringles. We love Pringles. And then so, like, that was it. We were buying up everything. And the thing is that, like, the problem is that, like, I don't have a problem with food stamps at all. I don't think this is a big deal at all. But what I'm saying is that, like, the anger that this is coming from, the hostility this is coming from, is from people that are part of the lower middle class that are living like fucking refugees. That are sitting around, they've got no fucking money, they have no disposable income, and they can't get any of these supplemental assistance programs. That's it. It's the same as, like, so if you're broke, you know what you do if you're broke? You go to the emergency room. You go to the emergency room at the hospital downtown, and they do everything. They do a CAT scan, the immediate doctor visit. You stay there for 2 days. They totally take care of you. They give you free fucking prescriptions. They do everything. And you know what you pay? They send you a bill that says $42,000. You know what you do with the bill? You put it in the garbage. Done.
Just don't need that no more.
Wipe your ass with it, yeah.
Yes, we were talking about like how like
to a talk.
People are getting to the point that they don't even want people to have like food stamps and stuff like that because the people that are abusing using food stamps. And it's like if they're subsidizing that and I have to pay for it, then I want them, actually paying for the food that they're getting, not that kind of thing. And this whole thing came from Oompaville's video about Scientology's missing person. The mistress of Scientology. So let's see what Grok says here. Research suggests that fundamental religion, likely meaning fundamentalist religion, I was once in a situation as a kid where I was in that scenario. Family made too much money to qualify for government support, but not enough to support ourselves well. We were almost homeless a few times as we struggled to pay our bills every month. Eventually, we got our footing, though. That's kind of what happened to us in, like, the early, like, 95 to, like, 97. And then my aunt and my grandparents helped subsidize payments for my parents' 25th anniversary for us to move into an actual house because we were renting and like the property taxes and everything was going up and it was basically driving us out of the area and we didn't know what to do. So they're like, well, we'll help you with your payments so you can actually buy a house. And it's like, I have an older brother and a younger sister, so we're a family of 5. And my dad worked full time, but then my dad got fucked over by his job and won a court case against them and won a shit ton of money, so now I'm a Nepo baby. Thanks to the government completely fucking them over and fucking themselves over and just being fucking retarded, but that's a really long story. Trump signed bill reducing Medicaid and food stamps by $630 million. 2 million people will lose Medicaid and food assistance. See, I'm Canadian, so, you know, and I don't know, like, other than what Asmund talks about, I don't know fucking anything about America. And 90% of the shit I hear is all propaganda and bullshit anyways. Like 17 million people are gonna die because Trump's taking illegal aliens off of Medicaid. Why are illegal aliens on Medicaid? Patch that shit out, bro. That's an exploit. You got these people hacking your fucking system. That's my opinion. The word illegal is there for a fucking reason. I don't know, but that seems to be a contentious thing because here we have a lot of legal immigration. Like, a lot. Like from the Philippines, from Mexico, from India, from the Middle East. Like, Canada has a massive immigrant thing because it's super easy to legally immigrate to Canada. And Trudeau made it, like, even more fucking easy to literally bring, like, your entire fucking family over and shit like that. So, like, I'm a huge positive for legal immigration. Problem with the U.S. immigration is the cost per person to attempt immigration legally. Yeah, like you were saying, Sean, it's like $10,000 or something like that. Most people can't pay. Yeah. But hey, if you can't pay it, you can't get in the country. I mean, if the country doesn't want you in the country, you shouldn't be in the country. Like, most Canadians have problems with it because there's so much, like, for instance, we had the biggest, like, 2 weeks ago, we had the biggest drug bust in Canadian history, and within 3.5 hours of the bust, 6 out of the 9 perpetrators were already out on bail. It's like, how the fuck does that happen? What do you mean you just arrested them in the biggest drug bust in Canadian history and they're still back out on the streets? Within like 2 or 3 hours? How's that even fucking possible? Oh, they're all brown. They're all Indian. That makes sense. But I mean, like, how the fuck do you... Obviously they can pay for bail. They're fucking drug dealers. Where do you think that money comes from? That's drug money. That money... Like, the money they're using for bail, they shouldn't be able to use for bail because that money should be confiscated for being connected to drugs. Like, this is clearly a fucking exploit. But, fuck if the government wants to do anything about it. That's why I don't pay attention to most Canadian politics, because I don't want it... Like, it upsets me, whereas American politics doesn't affect me, so I can have my own opinion. I mean, it affects me in a way, right? But just not directly, right? This movement with established religions emphasizing strict adherence to core texts, while cults are smaller, often newer groups with unique beliefs, typically centered around a charismatic leader. I just began paying attention to the world, lol. I'm repeating news from BBC. I'm seeking moderate news sources to try to avoid bias. If you want to try news, check out Ground News. It's a great place to get news because it tells you what bias each of the stories has. See how it has like left 58%, center 21%, right 21%? So it tells you which direction the specific article is pushing. So you can find articles that are either aligned with Ground News. I'll drop it in. There you go. The current administration also tends to scapegoat illegal immigrants as some sort of monolithic group and then cut systems that help the poor under the guise of stopping illegal immigrants from exploiting the systems. Better than nobody have it, then more people than intended seems to be their policy, though so many of this country's problems could be solved if we had progressive tax brackets like we did in the 1950s. I'm like, if you make more than $10 million in a year, that anything above 10 million, this is just per person, that 10 million, anything above that just automatically is taxed. It's just deleted. So don't make more than $10 million a year. Simple. Then that provides. We actually had a commentary on this, on the idea of capping companies at a certain percentage, just so companies stop producing, because they're like, oh well, we hit our market value. Okay, well we're done for the year, and then that allows the facilitation of smaller home companies to fill in the gaps, right? That showing left as red and right as blue is strange. I honestly don't know. I don't know. Another big problem in the U.S. is that you can legally bribe lawmakers to vote how you want. Yeah, well, it's called lobbying. Yeah, lobbying. Lobbying is complete and utter bullshit. It is a complete fucking scam. 100%. We do have a progressive tax bracket, but they didn't shift along with minimum wage, so we are taxed more now on minimum wage than those when minimum wage was incepted. I'm like, if you should... Thank you for smoking. Hell yeah. If you, how do you say this? I think there should be two changes. One should be the 20%. If you make more than 20% profit in a year, if that profit's above $10 million, so if your entire worth of your company is $50 million, then your cap for the earnings on that year would be $10 million. If it was 50 million, it would be 100 million. Right? It's just 20%. And then past that, everything is just straight taxed. And then for anyone who earns under $50,000 a year, there are no taxes for people that earn $50,000 a year. And the tax bracket on the high grade covers the low grade. I hath returned. What are we discussing? We're discussing tax brackets and economics, Levi. So you would probably have good insight in this conversation, because we've talked about it before with the 20% cap on companies for like after earning a certain amount. I'm a big fan of a flat tax. I guess the minimum wage was originally enough for a single income to pay a mortgage to support a family with a spouse and 2 kids. Now it isn't enough for a person to support just themselves. Yeah, exactly. Serving people instead of money would help. That's true, Blessed. Very true. 10% income tax with no other taxes is fine by me. It's the fact that, like, Okay, I'm taxed 5% on all of my purchases. I'm taxed 7% on all of my income. And then I'm taxed again at 15% at the end of the year. So all of my money is taxed 3 times. With a total of 29%. I'm glad I live with my parents, and my parents pay all of, like, I just exist. By flat, I mean 0%. So you mean not any taxes, Levi? No one pays any taxes? I don't know. I'm an anarchist, remember? I mean, I guess so, but I mean, I think the Canadian government fucked up and they're not charging for taxes on basic food. Scotty, the cup has started. I'm Division 1. Watch, the map is insane. Alright, Muffin. Alright, Muffin, you caught my attention. You caught my attention, good sir. Taxes are needed, but they're misused. Yeah, I wish you could allocate your own, like, have online voting and online taxes. I allocate where I want my taxes to go, and the government has to send me the receipts. Ayo, Trackmania, that track of the day is cringe. I don't know, Muffin's a professional. Look, he's been streaming for 9 fucking hours. Guy's a goddamn champion. Fucking insane. Yeah, Blessed, assuming people are logical, which is a big problem. Assuming people are logical is a very, very big problem. Alright, Muffin, let's do it. Let's go, bro. I'm ready. Pop off, motherfucker. This track looks insane. Like, what the fuck? I wouldn't be too opposed if public things were funded by some form of super annuation. I have author medals on the first 2 columns of levers in the summer campaign as of today. Nice, Wombat. That's dope. You should go check out Muffin. Everyone go check out Muffin and give him a follow. Dude, could you imagine doing this in, like, VR? You know, the US government pretended Social Security would be funded through an investment fund. It's like if that was actually what happened. Yeah, if only things that were actually said actually happened, right? It's a lot different for that. Alright, Muffin. Warm up? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for the real thing. Superannuation is a thing that can happen. And as far as things the government does, it's pretty forgivable. Government does some fucked up things, that's for sure. The anticipation is killing me. need to grind some more. Oh, here we go. Not too bad, not too bad. I mean, better than me and Uma Musume. 18th 12 times in a row. Alright, good luck on the next one, Muffin. Wouldn't agree with 10 mil being 100% tax. That removes any incentive to make more than that, but I do think that, say, 10 mil is 50% tax, over 20 mil 75, over 50 mil 90, 100 mil 95 and such. Exactly, like the numbers can be completely shifted around, right? So the numbers can be arbitrary, but the concept itself still stands, right? So I agree with that. That's a great compromise, because I don't know, like, statistically what the number is where it's like, yeah, you just literally don't need any more money. But never 100%. Yeah. Because it'd be like, hard capped. I'd say even hard capped at like 85%. And then from there, it's like every 100 million is like 0.5%. So if you're getting like $1 billion, you're up to like 93 to 95%. If you're getting like 10, 20, 30 billion, 40 billion dollars, you're at like 97. But also capital gains taxes are much, much worse economically than income taxes. And taxes on income over penalize people with actual jobs over people whose wealth comes from capital gains. Yeah, from like investing in the stock market and from just having your like base like in a company or like a foundation, that like a foundational wealth of some kind, like a wealth pool that you can draw from in some way, shape, and form. So you're only using money to make more money, as opposed to not having money and having to generate money outright. That was insane, Muffin. Were you not even trying the first time? You just decimated. Were you like fucking with us by getting 49th? I was like, Muffin, you can do better than this. Get rid of those noobs. Let's go! I believe. Maybe you own some Intel stocks and those stocks quintuple in value. You're suddenly much richer, but you might not have done anything. Not to mention people hiding their wealth from taxes by storing it, or stuff like real estate property in offshore bank accounts. Yep. Equally possible, you put work into increasing the value of Intel stock. That's true, Levi. You could either work in the tech industry or you could have nothing to do with the tech industry, but you having those stocks in that company is a very different, like, perspective and intent, right? That's okay. You did fine, Muffin. You're not eliminated. That's all that matters. I want to see you get to like top 16, bro. That's what I'm rooting for. Top 16. You get a worse run, does it keep your better time? It's an elimination thing, so it's like you just have to be within a certain top amount, and every time it seems it's eliminating 4 players. Though notably, I think you should never pay tax on that gain until it's realized when you... Yeah, exactly, Wombat. Because you shouldn't be paying stock on something that you might lose. Like, you might pay a shit ton of tax for it to go up, and then it goes down, right? And then you just lost all that money in percentage. So I think, yeah, the only time it should be taxed is if it's withdrawn. And we're talking winning by 0.00 of a second. Like, that's how a lot of these, like, top 5s, top, like, 3s are, like, 0.004 seconds. Like, it's just the tiniest bit off. Unrealized capital gains taxes are an apocalyptic policy proposal. Realized capital gains tax is pretty comparable to other taxes. I'm sliding on purpose. Well, you go and get yourself eliminated there, Muffin. I'd hate to see that. I believe in you! Let's go, Muffin, let's go! Fuck these other noobs. Pound them into the ground, bitch! Does it ever eliminate more than 4 players? Or do you have to do this like 15 times? Something a lot of people field is the idea of land value tax, which runs into questions about how land value is determined. Yeah, that's a really complex thing. Okay, I'm in. Had a hard nut. I'm all in. Had a hard night last night since my nose decided to be Niagara Falls for some reason. True, Sean. I hate when that happens. Just stick Kleenex up there and ignore that you have a nose. That was 6th, right? Nearly died, holy. 19th. Hot take though, what if UBI, Universal Basic Income, every adult gets a check for 1K per month regardless of their economic status, not necessarily enough to live on alone, but could provide a lot of stability to the lower class? See, a lot of people are against UBI, Wombat. I am a huge fan of UBI because it's going to be necessity soon. It was fine right until I tried to lay down too. I just don't get it. Still, with my head starting to spin, I'm going to head to bed early. Alright, no worries, Sean. Have a great night, good sir. Take care. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out, man. Always good to see you, bro. Take care of yourself. Well, it's gambling time. How many do I have? Man, I haven't won in like 15 tries. What a joke. Scott is always talking about UBI. I think it's a bad idea, but I'm open to the idea. It would work better than current welfare systems, assuming it replaced them rather than adding on top. People I've met that really don't like UBI usually bring up fears that it would cause hyperinflation. I'm not an economist, so I don't know how much it actually would do that. Neither do I, Wombat. Levi's pretty big on that stuff, but I'm the same way. Where like I'm just coming at it from almost an unrealistic perspective because I don't understand how it works. But I'm like, if AI takes over 80% of the jobs and 80% of the population can't get a job and 80% of the population is homeless, then like, do you either kill 80% of the population or you have UBI? Like there's no other option. Or you just have 80% of the population be homeless. But at that point, if 80% of the population is homeless, they're just gonna fucking cause so much shit that you're never gonna be able to deal with it. And that's just gonna collapse society. So I think literally the only option is some form of UBI. And most people think because you have UBI, that if you work, you'll always make the same amount of money. So someone who sits at home and does nothing makes the same amount of money as a doctor. And I think that's retarded. No, if you're a doctor, of course you're going to make more money. It's just someone who can't get a job or doesn't want a job can live their lowest quality life. It would do that, but the effect might be distributed more broadly rather than being focused in a few industries. It might, like, I was thinking about what was in chat and I forgot where I was in the map. Wait, you got eliminated, Muffin? Oh man, sorry, I wasn't. 80% of the people are homeless and don't have jobs, then why do the rich need them? Something something the purge. Exactly, Wombat. Inflation is caused by too much money chasing after too few goods. Since welfare systems are focused on providing food and housing, they cause those things to inflate specifically. I got 23rd this morning. Well, you tried, Muffin. That was a good run, bro. That was a good run. Great attempt. We're gonna be going to ads in a second here, guys. Go back to the commentary about this. The evidence leans towards, I wonder what map's going to be on tomorrow. Can we talk about the real problem, which is the missing middle in housing development? Is that pretty much like companies starting to become, like, basically, like, have property ownership to the point that they're monopolizing the price on properties? Because companies own, like, 200, 300, 400 houses, and they're just not selling those houses under a specific price, which is causing, like, a bubble in the housing market. A zoning issue for being able to build new houses. Evidence leans towards differences in origin, structure, and societal acceptance, with fundamentalist religions being part of larger recognized frameworks, and cults are often viewed as fringe or unorthodox. There is controversy around the term cult, as it can be used pejoratively, and some argue there is no sharp distinction between cults and religions, especially historically. Understanding the terms. Fundamentalist religion. Hot take, if people can have their necessities, food, water, shelter, guaranteed by the government, we wouldn't need a minimum wage, allowing for a true supply-demand curve to be realized around labor. I've never thought about that before, Wombat, but yes. My imagining of UBI is we build these 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter, like, basically cages, and we build, like, a building that's, like, thousands of them, and it has, like, a rice cooker and a rice dispenser, a toilet, a bed, and that's it. And, like a water thing. So you get your water, you get your bowl of rice a day, and you sleep in this 1 meter by 1 meter thing. And if you want anything more than that, you have to work. But if you're content living in that 1 by 1 thing, then that's just to make sure that we don't have homeless people. Key differences. Research suggests the main differences lie in origin and affiliation. Lots of areas are zoned for single-family residential homes exclusively. In some places, you're only allowed to build apartment blocks. There's a demand for a middle ground that you're just not allowed to build. And a multivitamin. That's a good idea to add that, Wombat. A multivitamin. I like that. Yes. It's perfect. Because then you're getting everything you need. But only on the baseline to keep you alive. Then anything else is you have to work for it. But hey, if you're down on your luck, you get fucked over, at least you have one of those to go back to and you never have to truly worry about it. Understanding the terms. Fundamentalist religion. This refers to movements within established religions such as Christianity or Islam that strictly adhere to the core beliefs, the core texts and traditions, often with literal interpretations. For example, Christian fundamentalism emphasizes the inerrancy of the Bible and opposes modern theological interpretations. Cult. Generally, a cult is a smaller, often newer religious or spiritual group not part of a larger religion centered around a charismatic leader or unique beliefs. The term often carries negative connotations due to the associations with control or harm, though not all cults are harmful. A lot of people would be very content living in something like a fourplex, which is a single building containing 4 separate residencies. That's kind of like the small areas around here. They're kind of like townhouses. Like, you've got, like, little complexes of, like, 3 or 4, like, small, like, you know, 2-bedroom houses all connected together, very, very small, and, like, you know, they kind of almost share a yard, if they even have a yard. Whereas you look at a house like mine, it's, like, 3 stories, it's got a field in the backyard, like, with 2 driveways, like, it's not a mansion, but it's a pretty fucking decent sized house and, like, property. Key differences. Research suggests the main differences lie in origin and affiliation. Fundamentalist religions are part of established religions, while cults are typically separate entities. This also assumes free healthcare for, I'd say, 1 yearly checkup, plus working on anything that would otherwise kill you or debilitate you. I would also say, Wombat, this should cover basic things like braces and like dental. Because I know a lot of people that have fucked up teeth because they couldn't afford to get braces. And it's like, in our world, you shouldn't have to deal with that. Like, we have the technology to fix that. We should just facilitate that. In a historical context, the term cult often just refers to the cultural community that formed around a religion. Early Christianity was a religion, but Christians were in the Christian cult. I could definitely see that, Levi. Leadership and structure. Fundamentalist religion often follow the hierarchy of their parent religion, whereas cults are usually led by a single charismatic figure with a significant control. Societal acceptance. Fundamentalist religions are generally recognized and integrated into society, while cults are often viewed with suspicion and may lack government recognition. Okay. Summary. The difference between fundamentalist religion and a cult lies primarily in their origin structure and societal acceptance. Fundamentalist religions are movements within established religions, emphasizing strict adherence to core beliefs and traditions, and generally recognized and integrated into society. Cults, on the other hand, typically smaller, newer groups with unique beliefs, often centered around a charismatic leader, and are less accepted, with a tendency toward isolation and control. However, a distinction is not always clear-cut, and the term cult is often used pejoratively, reflecting societal and historical biases. What does it mean by fundamentalist religion? Did you tell it to think that way? Yes, Levi, and I just mean by... What I mean by fundamentalist religion is religions that refuse to allow another religion to exist. I should have clarified what I meant by fundamentalist religion. What I mean by fundamentalist religion is our religion is the only religion, and anyone else who doesn't believe our religion, we either kill them or we convert them. Does that make sense? That's like the extreme that I'm pushing it to, because they believe that fundamentally life revolves around that religion. I feel like a fundamentalist religion is one that is used as the lens to see the rest of the world, as opposed to a religion that exists in parallel to the world in the individual. There's different connotations for how you could perceive it, Wombat, for sure. Suggest oppressive religion. You could say that, Levi, but the idea behind the fundamentalism is that it's fundamental to reality. That this religion is fundamental to existence. And without this religion, fundamentalism is a hermeneutic distinction. Not sure what that is. Like in its common usage. I've only really heard fundamentalism in religion used for, like, fanatics. Like, fundamental Islamic groups are generally terrorist groups. Fundamental Christianity groups were what caused the Crusades. That's my understanding of fundamentalism religion. So I could see where someone else would have a different understanding. Is the way of reading a text. Oh, it's an interpretation of text as opposed to I don't know. Generally, in the Christian context, fundamentalist means biblical literature. Literalists. I mean, it can go many ways, right? So the next question is, if Scientology is a cult at the moment, when will it become a fundamentalist religion? That's the true question we wanted to ask. As a Christian, young earth believers drive me nuts. Catholics aren't fundamentalists because they analyze the text through the lens of historical understanding and tradition. Yeah, I wouldn't say any, maybe, Jehovah's Witness, and what's the other one? The other crazy one. Fuck, what's the other crazy... The other crazy people in, Christianity. I know there's two of them. Seven-Day Adventists? I don't know about that. Maybe, Levi? Catholics don't analyze the text. They are told that they don't need to read the Bible. That's the power of the church, right? Church reads the Bible for you, tells you what's in the Bible, and you follow what the church says. That's generally how it goes. Wow, the church was the biggest opponent of the printing press when it was invented. Yeah, because they didn't want other... They were like the arbiters of reading and writing. They didn't want reading and writing to become widespread, because then people would actually be able to read the fucking Bible. Catholics definitely analyze the text. They just submit to the teaching authority of the church on matters of doctrine. I think what he means, Levi, is Catholics as a general, the church tries to propose that they're the ones that read the text, so you don't have to. And they're the ones interpreting it. I know you were streaming, I was just not at home. That's okay, Zoink. You're not obligated to watch the stream, bro. You don't have to be here every day. You're allowed to go find other streamers, bro. I'm not you have to watch me, and if you don't watch me, you're a traitor. The only person that's a traitor is Callie, and that's only because it's a joke. Because I always see him in all of the other streams that I jump in. Whether I'm in Tanif's stream, I'm in Lich's stream, I'm in Terrible Writer's stream, Tiger's stream. I always see Callie out there in all other streams, and I super, promote that, you know? Going between the writing community and everything like that and checking everyone out, I love to promote everyone. I wasn't at any stream. I know, Zoinka, but I'm just saying in general. don't feel obligated. I mean, I appreciate that you want to come in and watch the stream. Like, that makes me feel good. And, you know, I feel like I'm on the right track. If people are coming in and wanting to watch the content, then that means, you know, I'm doing something right. Can you teach me Kung Fu? Watch Ip Man. Yeah, that's not an accurate description of Catholicism. Catholics weren't opposed to some early Bible translations because they smuggled in heretical beliefs through the translation process. I could definitely see that, Levi, but I don't know anything about Catholicism, so I'm just speaking from what I know, like personal knowledge, which is nothing. I did watch The Karate Kid. Yeah, but you gotta watch Ip Man. Ip Man's the real one. Ip Man will show you what it's all about. Ip Man is pretty goated. Hell yeah. Wing Chun! Kung Fu Ha! Wing Chun for the win! Alright, research says Scientology is currently considered a cult by many, but it is legally recognized as a religion in some countries, like the United States, creating controversy. Seems unlikely for Scientology to become a fundamentalist religion, as the term typically applies to movements within established religions, not standalone religions like Scientology. Wait, I thought you didn't like Chinese propaganda. When did I say I don't like Chinese propaganda, Levi? It's not that I don't like propaganda, it's that I think people need to understand how to recognize propaganda. Because I like propaganda in the... you're often wilding out about it. Well, I'm wilding out about, like, how people... Like, for instance, like... using clearly ridiculous statements and off the top, like, AI and, like, denial of things. I think it's funny. Sure, it's retarded, but it's like, I think it's funny when it's like, you're this massive country and you're putting out this fake, ridiculous stuff saying, yeah, this is real. This is a real place in China. We don't have bad air quality. What are you talking about? There's no such thing as bad air quality. What do you mean we don't have birds? Of course we have birds. There's birds everywhere around here. Look at all the birds and butterflies and flowers and all the happy people and everything turning into goats and stuff. Maybe we shouldn't have put that scene in there. Yeah. The mystical landscape. So it's like, I don't like it in the fact of I think it's ridiculous, but I like it in the fact of I can make fun of it. Favorite anime is a little number called Space Patrol Luluko. Never heard of it, but mine would probably be Akira. Thinking about it, it's probably Akira. Evidence leans towards Scientology remaining a debated entity with no clear timeline for it to be considered mainstream or develop a fundamentalist movement within it. Mine is High School DxD. See, Scientology is weird. Basically, all major religions have one thing in common. They are old. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are all branched from each other. Then there is Hinduism, that's old as fuck, and Buddhism, that is also pretty old. It's hard to imagine new religions getting traction, because if they are right, why didn't they start way before? Very true, Wombat. But the whole point of Scientology is that it's to do with, like, aliens and... like, the future and shit like that. Like, I really actually don't really... the extent of my understanding is fucking South Park. Well, he did say, if you want to be rich, start your own religion. Scientology's current status. Scientology is often labeled a cult due to its unique beliefs, practices, and controversies, such as high fees for auditing and aggressive legal tactics against critics. However, it is legally recognized as a religion in some contexts, particularly in the United States, where it has been granted tax-exempt status. This dual perception fuels ongoing debates about its statuses. Alright, Muffin, thank you for the raid! Welcome, welcome, how's it going, good sir? That was a 9.5 hour stream, bro. That's insane. You think Hubbard ever started to believe? No, I think he lied entirely through the entirety of it just to make money. But I think he portrayed belief so well that people do believe it. Does that make sense, Levi? Like, I think he knows he was 100% a fraud. He was just such a good fraud that he made people believe that he believed, to the point that they now continue to believe. I mean, he lied, but sometimes people get high on their own supply. It's true, Levi. So, I mean, there's a possibility that at some point in time he fell into his own delusions. I did a whole presentation on Scientology in a sociology class. Their whole thing is have good mental health and think in layers. As far as I remember, could be wrong though. It was a long time ago. Yeah, I have no idea. Why it cannot become a fundamentalist religion. A fundamentalist religion typically refers to a movement within an established religion, Christianity, fundamentalism within Christianity, that emphasizes strict adherence to its core texts and tradition. Scientology in its own religion is its own religion, not a movement within another, so it cannot become a fundamentalist religion in the traditional sense. It's also a standalone religious system with its own doctrines. Possibility of internal fundamentalist movements. While theoretically possible, there's no evidence of a fundamentalist movement within Scientology that emphasizes strict adherence to L. Ron Hubbard's teachings and rejects modern interpretations such as development would be a faction, such a development would be a faction within Scientology, not a transformation to a fundamentalist religion. 13! Yo, how's it going? We were talking about the difference between cults and religions and how Scientology is a cult.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Danga, I can't even fucking say that name, bro. Dad Games YouTube.
Keep dancing.
Gnoma. Welcome. Whoever you are who redeemed Chair Dance. Thank you so much, good sir. It's going great. Currently working on the last chapter before my deadline. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about, 13. Get her done, bro. Dan Games YouTube. Are you sure? I was like, are you sure it's Dan? Oh, it is Dan Games. Dan Games, sup, bro? How's it going? Thanks for redeeming the Chair Dance, good sir. Always good to see people participating
now, babe.
In the stream. Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy collaborating with ideas and sharing your insights and perspective on pretty much anything?
This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze frames. Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother.
True! Look like the main character of this world. That's what it's all about. And I'm not the main character, man. But thanks for the compliment, I guess. You guys are the main characters. I'm like the entity overseeing the facilitation of the congregation of the heroes. And you guys are the heroes. I am simply the canvas upon which you guys can write a grand tale. That's kind of the idea. Indeed. True, Muffin. That's what it's all about. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord if you have anything that you've posted online, if you like Royal Road or Scribble Hub or anything like that, Kindle, anything, feel free to promote in the Writers Unleashed community. Any stories you want me to read or for the public to read, you can put into public stories. There's poems, pics, all kinds of topics that you can choose from, game suggestions, stream suggestions for different streams that you could watch, different channels, songs, and all of that. You look like a guy someone circles in an old black and white photo and says, "Time traveler?" Is this guy a time traveler? He was using a phone in the 1840s. Turns out he was just crazy and he kept holding a rock to his ear. How do you guys know that I'm not a time traveler from the future? And that's why I have such solid insight on everything. But I actually don't, because I'm pretending that I don't. And that's why I'm like almost absolutely dead wrong on the dot negative towards everything, because I'm trying to be. So in like 20 years they'll point back and say, wait, he's from the 22nd century. You were from the future. I feel like you'd be smarter. No, it's idiocracy, Levi! Everyone's fucking retarded in 100 years from now. Like, 13-year-olds can't even do multiplication. It's bad. It's really bad. And nothing's really changed in 100 years. Sure, computers got better, but people just got stupider because computers got smarter. And all the human smarts went into the computers. 13-year-olds can't even read third-person omniscient. I mean, fair. You are John Titor. From Steins Gate. Hell yes. When Trump got shot in the ear, for some reason my mind went to, so that time traveler just failed his mission. And then 2 or 3 more people tried to get him in the next few months, and my mind thought the same thing. Mostly as a joke. True, Wombat. But it would have made him a martyr, and who knows what would have happened if Trump got assassinated. There's only one guaranteed way that Trump will get assassinated, and that's if he reveals the, I don't know what it's currently called, but it's basically the final proctor, which is the idea that the final move on the chessboard... No. The final move on the chessboard is a fake alien invasion through holographic technology and a couple of strategically placed actual, like, ships to do real damage to throw the people into a global government that is a complete dystopia, and all of the people are fueled by this false flag alien attack into believing that the government has to take over because aliens are attacking. This might be the biggest conspiracy theory I've ever heard. You want to know who's conspiracy? Get out of here. Yeah. This shit. Werner von Braun's deathbed confession to Carol Rosin on the false flag fake alien invasion. From Dr. Stephen Greer documentary, Cosmic Hoax. If you don't know who Greer is, you guys should go check out Stephen Greer, man. He is the forefront of the disclosure program that is meant to bring the technologies that the government has hidden to the forefront so we could have unlimited energy, completely fix the planet, and become a class 1 civilization. I'm not sure what the fuck this is. I guess it's just a visualization of what the government plans to do. There's no actual speech, but it's like, what's her name? Carol Rawson. But yeah, there's like, basically he said there's a bunch of different, okay, so I played like a 2000 and resigned in 13 moves. My newest highest elo, 1259. Nice. But yeah, that's kind of like a huge thing. It's like, I don't remember exactly what it is, but you know, it's like starts off with like, third world countries, works its way up to like other kinds of things, and it's like we're basically at the last pinnacle, which is turning first world countries into third world countries in like through propaganda and stuff like that, in order to facilitate the idea that the world is falling apart and the only way to save the world is a unified government, a global government. Damn, Muffin, you're just stacking those points. In summary, research suggests Scientology is currently considered a cult by many, but is legally recognized as a religion in some contexts, creating significant controversy. It cannot become a fundamentalist religion because the term applies to movements within established religions, and Scientology is a standalone religion. While it is theoretically possible for a fundamentalist movement to merge within Scientology, there's no evidence of this. And its relatively recent founding limits such developments. There's no clear timeline for Scientology might be considered mainstream, with its status likely to be debated due to ongoing controversies. Brickage. I'm almost at 100k of the Twitch currency. Nice, Levi. That's insane. That is fucking insane. Oh wait, we still need that because we need what we did yesterday for dialogue purposes. So we need to pull across the dialogue that we had. Oh yeah, if global government planned, the Christians would get rid of him because that would make him an anarchist under the Book of Revelations. Oh, did I miss that? Sorry, Furry. Do we have Hideo Kojima guest streaming today? Antichrist, not anarchist. Oh, Antichrist. Also, Furry, why you know so much about TM? Apparently he plays TM. So you've got yourself a TM buddy. God damn it, do I have to fucking verify this goddamn shit? So fucking annoying. Oh, Jesus. Hey, Muffin, have you ever read Dostoevsky's The Double? Yeah, I like playing the weekly short tracks. Nice. Alright. Okay, let's see here. We have this and this. So now we just need to go. We are on to Collis's dialogue for scene 2. Or scene 3, part 2. And we want character profile, idealism versus reality. Editing dialogue for character authenticity. Is this it? We're creating this. You know, this doesn't really fall under the same category. Okay, let's redo this without the thing. Just straight on its own and see what it comes up with. Joke would have been very funny if you had. We played short since Tuesday. Little did we know, me and Cute Muffin are somehow basically the same person. So far, we both play chess and Trackmania. How old are you, Wombat? That's a question. Not to intrude, but just curious. 22. Okay, so you're on the younger side. Because Muffin's, like, younger. So to refine the dialogue for your story, I'll use Duart's character profile to shape his voice and perspective, ensuring his speech reflects his personality, internal conflicts, and motivations. See, this is wrong. Why does it say Duart? It's Cullis. So something went severely wrong here. So let's just go back to the drawing board. Let's go back to where we have the AI prompts. Dialogue guide. Let's pull out the dialogue guide and let's see what we fucked up here. Edit the dialogue from sort of the basic dialogue is just a placeholder for the information that needs to be said to progress the plot. You can use this character profile of my character to judge what he would say and what he would do. Character profile. This is the character profile we will be using for all of the following dialogue. Insert character profile. Cullis. The Double is a book where the main character encounters someone who's just like him in every way, only slightly better. Damn! Oh, that must be annoying. Okay, so we replaced this with a different character profile, right? Yeah, character profile 2.0. So this is creating it. Then where did we actually put it? Did I even save it? I'm so confused. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Let's try this. So remember, this is all kind of experimental at this point for character profiles. So we'll do that. Step 3 is the scene. This is there, and then step 4 is dialogue. Now, why does it always say Duart? This should be for Cullis. I think that's maybe where it goes wrong. It thinks that some of this dialogue is for Duart, but it's all the dialogue is for Cullis. So I don't know where Duart even comes up in this, other than it comes up here as an adventurer meeting again against his parents' will. He confesses to Cullis, seeking advice about how to approach talking to his parents. Okay, we'll just see what we get out of it, because the first time it worked pretty damn well. But now it's like kind of going in a weird spot. Like when we were doing Duarts, we got Duarts pretty freaking easily. We just created the scene and made what we wanted, but we weren't doing this kind of style. So we'll see how. Help you refine Cullis's dialogue to align with his character profile as a slick, optimistic entrepreneur who sees life as a game to be won through charm and strategy. The goal is to make his dialogue feel authentic to his personality, confident, persuasive, and laced with a hustler's pragmatism while delivering the necessary plot information and advice to Duart. I'll preserve the core ideas of the original dialogue, acknowledge Duart's potential, suggesting how to handle his parents' referencing his art and sharing personal insight, but rephrase it to match Cullis's voice and worldview. Revised dialogue for Cullis. Scene context. Duart. Okay, so this is the first dialogue. So this would go over Cullis here. And then the second dialogue. And third dialogue. Perfect. Okay, it worked that time. And then from here, we should just be able to add scenes. And carry on. Let's find this dialogue for Cullis and Alliance character. Revised dialogue. Alright. See, and this is where we get a baseline for how characters should be doing what they're doing, right? Instead of just being wishy-washy all over the place, we kind of look at a structure and backwards engineer ourselves to be able to produce it, right? But since there's no, like, structure that I have around it, I think this is the best way to do it. Oh no, he's gonna also play Minecraft. He's totally gonna play Subnautica. You guys are gonna become best friends. And that's how the internet works. I already have a clone, don't need another. Come on, you need as many clones as you can get, Muffin. Can't play online. Used to play a lot, less so these days. I like playing on SMP servers, but nowadays everyone has a million farms by day 3 of a server. Yeah, it kind of scales out of hand and then it kind of gets annoying, right? That's why I quit playing. I was like, I'll just play single player. It's so much, like, you know, easier. We go from 3-6 to scene 5. Tried single player a few times, but my brain is like, why build anything? There's nobody to show it to. I end up with real compact functional structures. I see. I'm just creative and I just like dig out all the dirt, or I dig out all the sand and all the gravel and everything, and then I use the structure of the map as my base without actually building anything and see how I can manipulate the map to my advantage. But I haven't played in like a year or two. There's supposed to be one more. Okay, something went wrong here. Okay, this is supposed to be here. Need some advice. D&D campaign first quest is our water supply is fucked. We need people to unfuck it. How can I get the players to be the ones to do it? Why wouldn't anyone else volunteer? Have the players just arrived at the town. You could make it that the water source is fucked, so all of the townsfolk are too sick to be able to do it. But the players, since they just arrived at the town and have been notified that the water is fucked, maybe they have the strength, or maybe they've been using like some sort of different water source from the main water source that the town has used. But that's just my first thought. I don't know where this came from. It's an underground, isolated community, closed off from the rest of the world for 150 years. The players grew up here, so it's just arrived as a no-go. Alright. What about... could either be knowledge of the area, so they have really good knowledge and they're the ones that know the route, or they're like size matters, right? Like maybe they're really small or really tall or really skinny or something, so they can only fit in the crevice that could go. So like something about their physical features or something about their knowledge of the area is super important. So either they have a passage that they know they could go through, or they're the only ones that can fit through that passage. Something like that, maybe? Okay, that makes more sense. So 5.1. Oh, good idea. Maybe there's a hole to get out. They are the oldest, strongest that are able to get through, and they don't want to send children, maybe. Exactly. Some sort of physical facilitation. This is why you never resign. I lost a full bishop on move 16, and then won by a really nice mate on move 22. See, Muffin? Always press forwards. This is 5-2. I'm playing another. Hell yeah, Muffin. Keep going, man. Never give up. Never back down. Surprised I'm still going after 10 hours. Yeah, man, you're going hard, Muffin. Fuck yeah. That's what it's all about, man. Keep it up. We believe in you, or maybe the players get chosen by random lottery. They think everything on the surface is fucked. So it's super dangerous and they have to leave the cavern to fix the water supply. In reality, the world is fine-ish. Like Fallout, but less lawless and not radioactive. Nice. So that's all on 6-1. Might be too much, but we'll see. So we just go back and edit it, right? But we even got to see if it, like, we're just like putting random pieces together to see what the final picture looks like. And if it even like adds up in any way, if it even seems good or anything. But Duarte and Cullis have the most dialogue in the entire story. Go 6-5. Damn, this is some ultra ass dialogue here, bro. Okay, and that's all of it. So that's all of Cullis's dialogue. Yeah, we're done another one. Perfect. Closer. This will be our first dialogue adjustment. Okay. I don't know where that extra bit came from, but okay. So now we want to go to chapter 2, and we want to actually insert this dialogue and just test the waters with it, right? So, don't need to worry about Hojin's dialogue. We're just gonna separate it. Okay, here's the first bit of Duart's dialogue. So we'll go to Duart, we'll go to the very top. Scene 1, 1.2. Drop that there. Region doesn't matter right now. More Duart. This for 1.3. Scene 2. Okay, we can pretty much skip this. Two, 4 for Duart. Oh, that's quite the speech. Where does it end? There. Okay, 2, 5. There's no dialogue there. Here's more dialogue. Okay, here's where Cullis comes in. Scene 3.2. And we'll have Cullis' response. Three point two. Where's the end? There it is. So that's Duart talking. Cullis' first statement. this again. Three. Back to Duart. Oh boy, so hear me out. Players are going to emerge into a dense forest. It's warm outside on account of the constant daytime. First beast they come across is a polar bear. Why is its coat white? That wouldn't camouflage at all. But this region was polar 150 years ago. Ah. And it just hasn't adapted over the period of time because it hasn't been long enough yet. Starting off with Cullis. Straight into Duart. And... Alright, gotta head out. Good stream. Gotta be awake in like 6 hours. Alright, Wombat, have a great night, good sir. Thanks for coming and hanging out and having a good time with us, bro. Always good. Fuck you, and have a good night, good sir. Take care. The editing process is probably one of the most boring processes of this, because it's just like a copy and paste moment right now. Stick around to fall asleep. Three. Been literally just editing for the last 6 hours. It's horrible. Yep. But hey, it's what you gotta do, right? My worst problem is I don't even know, like, the structure of editing. Like, this is all a learning process on how to edit. Especially when it comes to, like, dialogue like this. And even just the way that we get the dialogue and everything is just so... Can it fit together, right? Does it feel like it works? And then that gives us the premise, okay, well, how do we derive the chat from the profile once we know that the profile is effective, right? It's like 3 or 4 different steps we're going through to try and create an overall formula that will make everything easier down the line. And that's usually how I do things. Wait. That's not right. This is Cullis's dialogue. Wait, where's Cullis's dialogue for 3-3? Oh, this is 3-3. Okay, I thought I already did that one, but I didn't. We'll go back to Duart. Back to colors. Three, 4, back to Duart. 3, 5 colors. Duart. Three, 5 Duart is here. And 3, 6. Okay, we're back to Hojin, which we don't have his dialogue to do. So we're still at Cullis, and this is 3, 6. Scene 5, 5, 1. We're still on Cullis. Don't have Eiler. That's Cullis. Two, back to Cullis. It's been 20 minutes, up 4 pawns, and as we were both low on time, I got draw by perpetual check. Damn. Well, you were pressing it, Muffin. That's what matters. Putting them on the back foot. Want me to send you the game review? I wouldn't know what I was looking at, but... yeah, I wouldn't know what I was looking at. It's just I'm kind of like stuck on this right now as it is. Trying to just get all this stuff inserted. We're pretty close. Well, it's still only half of the character's dialogue. We're pretty close, that's what she said. True. Six one, Cullis. Duard's dialogue. Okay, so the Cullis said, then Duard again. And blundered mate in the last few moves, low time, so we didn't see it. Those blunders can be life or death for sure. Six three Cullis. Six one. There we go. Okay, so where are we? We need to be on 6-1. Okay, that's 5-6. We're 6-1. Here's 6-1. Where have you been? It goes into 6-2, and then finally into 6-3. More. Well, apparently I don't have anything for this? Shit. think I'm a hoarder of channel points. Well, it's not like you can really spend them on anything, right? I mean, yeah, sure, there's some funny things, but still. Okay, that's just bricked, but at least we managed to like salvage it. Spam glasses for an hour? True, Muffin. You could do that. Bricked? Yep. 6-4. I don't know about this dialogue, but we're just gonna throw it in. So this we're not quite sure about. 6, still call us. Okay, then we're down to scene 7. 6-6 colors. Shit. This is a Duart. That's weird. Where is this Duart conversation? This is 6-5. Why is there no 6-5 Duart dialogue? Yeah, something went wrong here. Okay, I think that fixed it. For the TM World Tour is going on, and Wordle is casting. Someone in his YouTube chat just donated $100. It's a hype train on Twitch too. Nice. Okay, this is a double up. I don't know what the hell happened here. So these two lines are going to be out of place, most likely. But we'll see how well they mold in, and we can modify them as we go. And he has 2K views. Nice, Muffin, that's epic. It's like when the StarCraft tournament's going on and our Toasters and Tasteless are sitting on 5K. It's like, oh my god, is StarCraft back? Hell yeah, StarCraft's back, baby. Oh my god, this editing is killing me. Okay, so Duart 7-1. Okay, this I think is what I fucked up. This is 7-2. 7-1. No, we already have that. It wasn't 7-2. Wait, this is 7-3? Why is 7-3 fucked? And there's no 7-4? Oh, there's no 7-4 for him. If your goal is to gain power and influence, but don't I already have this somewhere? I guess I don't. Okay. Seven, 5. Okay, here we go. Jesus, excuse me. Whew. All right. Filer. Okay, so 8-2. Where? Eight, 3. Hojan. Finally, dialogue. I'm gonna eat 6, and it's just the last thing Duarte says. Boom! Hey, we made it, guys. It's half the dialogue done. Holy shit. That took quite a bit. So we still gotta do Hojin, Parents, and Violer, but they're significantly less on scale of size. But I think we're going to call it there, guys. That took a lot longer to do than I would have liked, but that is how it goes. Oh, so thanks guys for hanging around, having fun. We fucked around today, but that's okay. We did some good stuff too, you know. Gotta have some discussions for a little bit of time, kill the downtime. We even had the react go on for a little bit, but that's the way it is, right? So, hey, thanks for hanging out, thanks for coming by, thanks for having fun, and remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Good night, friendo, good night, Levi. Who we raiding today, boys? Where we at? Well, here's a new one we've never seen before, guys. Get your Wii U's ready!